various high-quality and well-reputed study programs, extending from associate degree to doctoral degree programs. Among UM students, there are international students who come from various countries across the globe. Recently, UM has 45 study programs accredited B and 59 study programs accredited A nationally. UM was established on 18 October 1954 as a College of Teacher Training and Education, PTPG. The institution transformed into UM on the 4th of August 1999. UM's main campus is in Malang, surrounded by education facilities, recreation and tourism spots, sports and business centers. UM's Campus 2 is located not far from the east gate of Malang. UM's Campus 3 is located in the Gate of Heritage area of the Shrine of Sukarno, the first President of Indonesia, in Blitar. Faculty of Education, Faculty of Letters, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Faculty of Economics, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Sports Sciences, Faculty of Social Sciences, Faculty of Psychology Education, Postgraduate Programs. UM also offers associate degree in vocational education. They provide trainings in various skills. These are managed under the skill training programs for automotive, business, industry, and information technology, are known as PROBIS. Under the guidance of lecturers and experts in their respective fields, students can experience revolutionary learning innovations, develop their critical thinking skills, produce innovations, and nurture their enthusiasm for knowledge. These endeavors perfectly fit with UM's aspiration in becoming the best center for learning innovations in Indonesia. Universitas Negeri Malang is always committed to making a better Indonesia. At UM, we learn, do research, serve the community, and contribute to the betterment of Indonesia. UM, the Learning University. Universitas Negeri Malang offers the best education, research, and community service in Indonesia. UM has consistently been maintaining its position as one of the best universities in the country. In 2018, UM is in the top 15 universities in Indonesia, according to the Ministry of Research and Higher Education and for ICU, which proves its quality as a center of excellence and reference. UM has dedicated itself as the learning university since 2009. It has strengthened its vision as a learning organization and as an outstanding learning resource in Indonesia. UM students are distributed to various high-quality and well-reputed study programs, extending from associate degree to doctoral degree programs. Among UM students, there are international students who come from various countries across the globe. Recently, UM has 45 study programs accredited B and 59 study programs accredited A nationally. UM was established on 18 October 1954 as a College of Teacher Training and Education, PTPG. The institution transformed into UM on the 4th of August 1999. UM's main campus is in Malang, surrounded by education facilities, recreation and tourism spots, sports, and business centers. UM's Campus 2 is located not far from the east gate of Malang. UM's Campus 3 is located in the Gate of Heritage area of the Shrine of Sukarno, the first president of Indonesia, in Blitar. Faculty of Education, Faculty of Letters, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Faculty of Economics, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Sports Sciences, Faculty of Social Sciences, Faculty of Psychology Education, Postgraduate Programs. UM also offers associate degree in vocational education. They provide trainings in various skills. These are managed under the skill training programs for automotive, business, industry, and information technology, or known as PROBIS. Under the guidance of lecturers and experts in their respective fields, students can experience revolutionary learning innovations, develop their critical thinking skills, produce innovations, and nurture their enthusiasm for knowledge. These endeavors perfectly fit with UM's aspiration in becoming the best center for learning innovations in Indonesia. Universitas Negeri Malang is always committed to making a better Indonesia. At UM, we learn, do research, serve the community, and contribute to the betterment of Indonesia. UM, the Learning University. Universitas Negeri Malang offers the best education, research, and community service in Indonesia. UM has consistently been maintaining its position as one of the best universities in the country. In 2018, UM is in the top 15 universities in Indonesia, according to the Ministry of Research and Higher Education and for ICU, which proves its quality as a center of excellence and reference. UM has dedicated itself as the learning university since 2009. It has strengthened its vision as a learning organization and as an outstanding learning resource in Indonesia. UM students are distributed to various high-quality and well-reputed study programs, extending from associate degree to doctoral degree programs. Among UM students, there are international students who come from various countries across the globe. Recently, UM has 45 study programs accredited B and 59 study programs accredited A nationally. UM was established on 18 October 1954 as a College of Teacher Training and Education, PTPG. The institution transformed into UM on the 4th of August 1999. UM's main campus is in Malang, surrounded by education facilities, recreation and tourism spots, sports, and business centers. UM's Campus 2 is located not far from the east gate of Malang. UM's Campus 3 is located in the Gate of Heritage area of the Shrine of Sukarno, the first president of Indonesia, in Blitar. Faculty of Education, Faculty of Letters,
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, respectable ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our international conference. We proudly present the International Conference of Islam, Economy and Halal Industry, ICIEHI 2021 under the theme Digitalization Development Strategy in Syariah Business, Socio-Economic and Halal Industry. It is being a great honor for me, Ahmad Hoaik Swanan, to be master of ceremony in this seminar and welcome each and every one of you today. Respectable audience, the International Conference of Islam, Economy and Halal Industry is organized by Syariah Banking Laboratory, Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Malang. ICIEHI 2021 aims to find new ideas and innovation to overcome business and socio-economics, also from academics and practitioners from various countries. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed our agenda today, we would like to express our gratitude to the Excellency Vice Dean of the Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Malang, Dr. Agus Hermawan, the Excellency of our speakers, Professor Abdul Ghafar Ismail from UGM, the Excellency Dr. Tika Arundina from Indonesian Islamic Economist, Indonesia, the Excellency Dr. Ahari Suksuwan from Halal Science Center of Chulalongkorn University, Thailand, and the Excellency Associate Professor Dr. Nurdin Deorase from Halalan Toyiban Center, Research Center, University Islam Sultan Syarif Ali Unisa, Brunei Darussalam. Also, the Honorable All Committee Programs of ICIEHI 2021, our lectures, participants, and all audience in today's conference, thank you for participating in this amazing event today. So, according to the schedule, the conference will start with the registration. The next is opening ceremony, and then we continue to the main agenda of international seminar. In the seminar, we will have two sessions. Yeah, the first session with the speaker Professor Abdul Ghafar Ismail from Faculty of Economics and Management, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, and also Dr. Tika Arundina from Association of Indonesian Islamic Economic Indonesia. And the second sessions we will start with the speaker Dr. Ahari Suksuwan from Chulalongkorn University, and also
Universitas Negeri
Associate Professor Dr. Nurdin Deorase from
Research and
the Halal
Service in Indonesia.
Science Center, the Halalan Toyiban Research Center of University Islam Sultan Syarif Ali Unisa, Brunei Darussalam.
In 2018,
ladies and gentlemen, to start the event today, let's start with the prayer. For this session, we will invite Ustadz Andro Agil to lead the prayer sessions.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Before we start our conference today, allow me to recite the prayers. We hope that this event will run smoothly. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hamdan syakirin hamdan na'imin hamdan yuwafi ni'amahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karimi wa 'azimi sultanik. Allahumma innaka ta'lamu anna hadhil quluba qad ijtama'at ala mahabbatik wal taqat ala ta'atik wa tawahadat ala da'watik wa ta'ahadat ala nusrati syari'atik. Fawassikillahumma rabitataha wa adim muddaha wahdiha subulaha wamla'ha binurikal lati la yakhbu washrah suduraha bifaidil imani bik wa jamili tawakkuli alaik wa ahyiha bima'rifatik wa amitsa ala syahadati fi sabilik innaka ni'mal maula wa ni'man nasir. Allahumma hawwin alaina fi sakaratil maut. Allahumma hawwin alaina fi sakaratil maut. Allahumma hawwin alaina fi sakaratil maut. Wan najata minan nari wal afwa indal hisab. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanatan wa fil akhirati hasanatan wa qina adzabannar. Bifadlika ya Allah subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wassalamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Al-Fatihah. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi.
Thank you for Ustadz Andrew for delivering the prayer sessions. The next agenda is singing the national anthem of Indonesia. As our welcome greeting, it is my deep pleasure to introduce Vice Dean of the Faculty of Economics Universitas Negeri Malang, Dr. Agus Hermawan, to deliver his welcome remarks.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome at State University of Malang. Today we have one of our international conference, what we call as International Conference on Economic Islam and Halal Industry 2021. Until tomorrow, we will have a seminar international, we call International Conference, ICIEHI. As we know that the seminar organized by Faculty of Economics Universitas Negeri Malang. If we look into the situation right now, the COVID pandemic has impacted almost all sectors due to the decline in almost every Muslim consumption, transportation, tourism, and so on. The impact is very huge impact because 400 million people losing their job based on the ILO information or ILO data. Increasing poverty, of course, everybody in ASEAN or other region. Increasing fiscal stimulus by the government. This is the key to increase our economics because of the pandemic. And the development of Sharia economic also so declining in this condition, which is Sharia investment and other sector decrease about 30% based on the previous years, based on the State of Global Economics Report 2020. The impact of this economic, of course, we need to be discussed at this forum. Honorable, I give to become of some speakers. The first is Professor Abdul Ghaffar Ismail. He's from Faculty of Economic and Management UKM Malaysia, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. The second is Ibu Tika Arundina, PhD, Secretary Fourth of Association of Indonesian Islamic Economic. from Indonesia. And the third is Akri Suksuwan, PhD, researcher from the Halal Science Center, Chulalongkorn University from Thailand. And the last is for Associate Professor Dr. Nudeng. He is our counterpart in the state at the University State of Malang. Director of Halalan Toyiban Research Center of University Islam Sultan Sharif Ali from Brunei Darussalam. Welcome again. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh to all of you. We are very glad that you become the presenter of this event. I hope that from the previously that I give speech today, you can all of you provide the solution about how to solve the problem of economic because of the pandemic. The international concern on Islamic economics and halal industry is very important for us. You can provide some ideas from this event and innovation to overcome business and social economic problem that we discussed today with the audience. Especially for all of you, welcome at this conference. I hope that you can get the good things, the idea, and you can share your ideas. Of course, this is very important for us. Thank you for your coming and welcome at the conference. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Agus Hermawan, for the warm welcoming speech. Now we come to our main program, international seminar. In the seminar, we will have 4 speakers, as mentioned in the beginning of the agenda. There will be 2 sessions, yeah. So it will be 2 speakers for each session. And in this session, the seminar will be led by our moderator, Dr. Diana Ira Fahmi, SPD MED. She is lecturer from the Department of Accounting, Faculty of Economic, Universitas Negeri Malang. Dr. Diana Ira Fahmi got her PhD from Curtin University, Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Diana Ira Fahmi. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you, Pak?
Alhamdulillah, never been better.
Alhamdulillah.
Okay.
Thank you very much for that introduction, Pak. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Diana Tin Ira Fahmi. I'm from the Department of Accounting Education, Universitas Negeri Malang. It's absolutely been a delight to be able to participate as a moderator for this conference. We are very fortunate in that we have 4 experts with us today to discuss this important topic of Islam, economy, and halal industry. We have Professor Abdul Ghaffar Ismail, Ibu Tika Arundina, PhD, Dr. Nurdeng Duraseh, and Mr. Ahari Suksuwan, PhD. How we will run the session is, we're gonna split this presentation in this conference into 2 rounds. Each round consists of 2 speakers and followed by question and answer. So to the audience, if you have any question, please just type your question in the Q&A Zoom platform. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Professor Abdul Ghaffar Ismail. Abdul Ghaffar Ismail is Professor of Islamic Financial Economics, University Science Islam Malaysia. His current work experiences include Chairman Syariah Committee Member Citibank Berhad, Syariah Committee Member Sun Life Takaful Malaysia Berhad, Distinguished Associate Fellow Institute of Syariah Governance and Islamic Finance University Utara Malaysia, Visiting Professor Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia and Universitas Islam Indonesia, and he is also trainer and consultant of Islamic financial economics in many countries. Professor Abdul Ghafar's previous role include Rector at Johor Islamic Studies College, Head of Research Division, Islamic Research and Training Division, Islamic Development Bank. Professor Abdul Ghafar is a very productive researcher. He has authored many publications in reputable journals and books, and regularly present his idea at international conferences. Now, I would like to invite Professor Abdul Ghafar to present his topic for around 30 minutes. And after the presentation of the second speaker, there will be a Q&A session for another 30 minutes. Thank you. Professor Abdul Ghafar, time is yours.
Thank you, Diana. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. First of all, I would like to say matur nuwun to Fakultas Ekonomi, Universitas Negeri Malang, for inviting me to join in this conference. And thanks also to the management team of the faculty, especially the Agus, and Faculty of Economics, and my fellow speakers, Dr. Tika from she was my co-consultant for the master plan of Sharia Economy for Indonesia. And also Associate Professor Dr. Nordin, my former colleague at University Sultan Sharif Ali, Brunei, and my new friend Dr. Ashari from the Chulalongkorn University. What I want to discuss in this seminar is on the roadmap of halal economy. I move away from the Islamic economy, so I'm trying to look into the halal economy. Okay? So what I'm going to discuss in this paper is on the measuring the strength of the Islamic economy and moving forward on halal GNP, and moving forward, the second moving forward is the Islamic economic system, and finally on the, what are the challenges in our roadmap. Okay? But before that, I think we need to look into what is currently happening in the Islamic economic world. Okay? One of the strength of the Islamic economy, as reported in the Gulf Business Report, shows that this is among the top 4 countries that have strength in Islamic economy. Okay? First one is Malaysia, with 111, what they call it, the index. Okay, and United States or Emirates 79, Bahrain 60, and Saudi Arabia 50.2. Okay, so this is the strength of Islamic economics in the world. Okay, if you look at what are the drivers for the strength, is due to several reasons. Okay, so among the reasons for the strength of this Islamic economy is the growing population. Okay, I'm sure that Indonesia is the biggest number of Muslim population in the world. So we have a growing population, Muslim population, so that could be the driving force for the halal economy in the world, and also in Indonesia especially. Okay. And increasing affluence, meaning that we have awareness program, we have the training related to Islamic economy, so that can increase the affluence of the Islamic economy to the community. Okay? And the third one is increasing religious affinity, meaning that awareness in terms of our religiosity. Okay, so we are more religious person, then we are looking for the economy that is halal. Okay, and not only the halal goods, halal finance, but also we are looking for halal services. Okay? And then the issues of the digital IR 4.0, which can connect people in many places in the world. So meaning that you can easily do the transaction using the halal platform, for example, through the digital connectivity. Okay? And the fifth one is about the ethical consumerism, where people now looking at the ethical element of product, okay? Whether in producing a product or services, they use the the material that is non-halal or halal, so that method consumers. Okay? And the sixth one is the multinational growth. So there are many multinational agencies, multinational players that involved in this halal economic activities. For example, in Brazil, for example, they are the largest producers of halal chicken. Okay? So the company, big company like in Brazil and other countries, they are trying to do this method aggressively and actively. Okay? And halal economy also be used as an economic diversification for the development of any particular country. Okay? And the eighth is the halal trade, regulation, and industry. So those are the important drivers that may be the catalyst for the halal economy. Okay? If you look at the halal trade, for example, by assuming that 5.2% year-on-year growth, so we are expecting that the halal revenue will reach 3.4 trillion by 2025.
Excuse me, Professor Abdul Ghaffar.
Yes.
I'm afraid that we couldn't hear your voice clearly. Could you please perhaps use a headphone or?
Is it okay? My voice?
Your voice clearly?
Clear, I think, yeah.
I think it's better now.
Yeah, better.
But
yeah,
if you could use headset or earphone.
I want to be close to my microphone. Okay.
Okay.
If you look,
perfect.
better. Okay. So if you look at from these figures, we can conclude that, and also by assuming that 5.2% on year-on-year growth, so we are expecting that the halal revenue is expected to reach 3.4 trillion by 2025. Okay. So what are the sector that we want to develop here? Okay. In the halal business, okay, because halal trade normally refer to opportunity in halal business. Okay, so as you look at the sector that involved in the halal trade, so basically there are 7 categories of halal business. Okay, they are referring to halal economy. This is reported in the Global Islamic Economic Report. Okay, first one is the food and beverage. Okay, we have the halal food and beverage, halal finance, halal pharmaceutical and cosmetic, travel, media, recreational, and modern fashion and logistics. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, that one of the aim for any particular country to embark into the halal trade or halal business is due to the this considered as a new sources of growth. So the question is how much the contribution of the halal economy to our country GDP. That is the issue. Okay. So therefore, if you, for example, in our case as an individual, we are normally looking at how much that our income are halal. Normally we look into that from the individual perspective. Okay. But why not we use the same analogy that why don't we measure that the GDP of any particular country are halal or not? Okay, so we need to look into that. I mean, we should segregate the halal and also non-halal GDP if you look at for any particular country. Okay, so how can we move forward? Moving forward, how can we produce a halal GNP, for example, here? Because Significant development and also rapid expanding trend of halal industry may lead us to think on the contribution of this industry on the economy. Okay, and how do we measure that? How do we derive that GNP, which is halal? Okay, where this GNP does not take into account the halal. Currently, the GNP does not take into the halal, also non-halal activities. Okay, not only that, the aim of this halal GNP actually is for the Markaz Syariah purposes. Okay, for socio-economic development indicator, normally we look at this Markaz Syariah, the 5 elements. Okay, where this can also provide the space for the halal GNP as one of the indicators. Okay, so what we are trying to propose here is, theoretically, I think most of students learn this in their 1000 level or 2000 level about the how to measure the GNP. Okay, you can have the production approach. Okay, and also we have the revenue, and also we have another approach. I will explain that later. First is the production approach. You see that based on the production approach, you measure the sum all the value added at each stage of halal production. Okay, so maybe from halal production stage 1 to stage 2, you have the value added for that. So then we add this value added, and then become the which is you can calculate with this halal GNP based on the production approach. Where in this case, you can measure that value added based on the total sales less the values of intermediate halal input into the production process. Okay. For example, I give you the example here. For example, flour, okay, would be an intermediate halal input and bread the final halal product. Okay. Or architect services would be an intermediate halal input, but the building is the halal product if it is used in Sharia-based activities. Okay. Meaning that the building is considered as a building for halal activities if they follow the Sharia. Okay. So from there, you can use the production approach as a sum of the value added of various input. Okay, and also we can also use the expenditure approach. Add all the values of purchases made by final users. Okay, for example, you have the consumption for halal food. Okay, and also television. Okay, entertainment, which provide halal services, and also halal medical services by household, and the investment in machinery by Sharia compliant company, or the purchase of halal goods and services by the government and foreigners. So you can add all those expenditure, and then you can come up with the halal GNP. Okay, so based on the consumption, based on the investment in machinery, and also based on the government expenditure. Okay, so you can measure that the halal GNP. Okay, but you can also have the income approach, where you can have the sum of the halal income generated by your production. Okay, for example, the compensation for employees received, and also the operating surplus of company. Okay, so then you can look into this perspective where you can use the income approach, you can use the expenditure approach, or you can use the production approach in measuring the GNP, right? So what is the here is we come up with a new term, call it the halal economy. Okay, new vision as a halal economy as a new vision. Okay, so moving forward, the second one is, so what we normally discuss halal economy. Currently, what we discuss is we focus on the halal business. But why don't we? Why should we expand further? When we discuss the halal economy, it should expand further on the Islamic economic system. Okay, if you look at the Islamic economic system, to cover the remaining drivers, we have 10 drivers, but we only discuss one of them, halal trade. So why don't we go into the other drivers? And these drivers, actually, you can look it from this diagram. Okay, this is up. Okay, if you look at the diagram here, we are trying to look into the three levels of Islamic economic system in secular economy, where we have the role of the middle one is the role of policy regime, very important policy regime. So we need to consider that our public policy are directed toward the halal economy or are directed toward the conventional economy. Okay? And also the regulators will play an important role here to regulate the players and also to regulate the market. Okay. And also social, this is the social aspect and also physical infrastructure, and also very important element in creating an Islamic economic system in secular economy. Okay. But on the other hand, we also be looking at the element of the politics, and also because the political actor and civil society at the bottom are also important in this secular economy. Okay. And of course, on top all those three, okay, we have the creator. Okay. So everything need to be linked to the creator. So what we are trying to say here is we are not only looking at the halal business, okay, but we should also be looking at the halal, the Islamic economic system as part of the halal economy. And one of the pillar in the Islamic economic system is the market. Okay, how can we produce a market that is halal? Okay, the regulators, the producers, okay, and also the market that we are dealing with, they are halal. Okay, and also the institution. Okay, because institution actually enforce the rules. Okay, and not only enforce the rule, but also you may affect on the behavior of the economic agent against the institution. So this is important where law and regulation provide the foundation for a halal economy. Okay, and if you look at the institution, they will come up with the policy. Okay, they will come up with the number of regulation. So they will come up with the types of social infrastructure, and also they will come up with the physical infrastructure that are very important for the development of the halal economy. Okay? And one important thing is to look into is the political authority. Okay? Political authority, because the political actors, they are those who are produce the policy or produce the direction. Okay, produce the roadmap, okay, for the development of Islamic economy. Okay, so the key role here is the legislator, or they call it a political actor, that play an important role in regulating or in producing enforcement, or in producing the effective law, or in also in that particular case is to incorporate the role of the civil society. Okay, the role of civil society in in many ways. For example, in providing the awareness program, for example, or become the act as a balance, in balancing the act of the consumers and also the act of the political actors. Okay, so the civilized society are very important in this perspective. Okay, and finally, what we are trying to propose here is the Tawhidic epistemology. Everything we need to be linked with Allah. Okay, so it should be believed that we have the Rukun Iman, we have the Rukun Islam, the core values of belief, core values of practices, or Rukun Islam, and also a good manner or adab or akhlaq. Okay, so how we use this Tawhidic epistemology, which will propose on the core values of belief and also core values of practices and a good manner, that can shape the behavior of the economic agent that may encourage further development of Islamic economic system, and also the Islamic halal economy. Okay. So finally, what we are, okay, this is the challenge for us. Okay. After discussing the roadmap of the halal economy, where we need to look into the system, okay, and we look at the halal GNP, and the system is already there. I mean, the Islamic economic system has been recognized by many associations in the world, especially in the economic field. You see that Islamic economic system has been recognized as one of the mainstream field of JEL classification or by the American Economic Association. It shows that Islamic economic system is one of the systems that can shape the world economy. Okay? Islamic economic system is one of the systems that can shape the world economy. So now is where is our role here is how can we come up with Islamic economic system where we have our own market, we have our own institution, and we have our own epistemology, okay, that can shape the world. Okay. The second important thing is political actor and civilized society play an important role in shaping the behavior of economic agent. But now we have to go back and study what has been said about the Islamic economic system in our constitution. Okay, so you can study the constitution economic here, whether the constitution of Indonesia allow the practices of Islamic economic system in the country. But I'm sure that in Malaysia, we recognize that in our constitution where Islamic religious revenue is one of the important elements in the Islamic economic system that have been recognized in our constitution. Okay, and also in Brunei, I studied that in Brunei also have the same provision in the constitution where the Islamic economic system can be practiced. Okay, you can look in the financial matters of the government and also in the right to property. When we want to transfer, when we want to acquire a property or mal, it is recognized in our constitution that it can be done through buying and selling, or it can be done through partnership or mudarabah and musyarakah. Okay. So the next one is this is a challenge for us is we want to stick with the Islamic economics, or we want to stick with the new term that I call it as a halal economy. So halal economy, it encompasses all. Okay, it encompasses not only the halal business, but it also encompasses the Islamic economic system that cover the market, that cover the institution, and also that cover the civilized society, and also that cover the government action or the political actors or the lawmakers. Okay, so this is challenge for us to come up with this new term halal economy that can shape the world economy in the future, inshallah. With that, thank you very much, Dr. Diana. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Abdul Ghaffar, for the insightful presentation about halal economy. Please kindly wait for the question and answer session. Before that, now we're going to move to the second presenter, Ibu Tika Arundina. I'd like to introduce our second presenter. Tika Arundina, PhD, is the Director of Islamic Economics, Faculty of Economics and Business, University of Indonesia. She also has current role as the Audit and Risk Committee of Bank BTPN Syariah, lecturer at the Faculty of Economics and Business, University of Indonesia, senior researcher at Pusat Ekonomi and Business Syariah, Faculty of Economics and Business, University of Indonesia, and also Secretary of the Association of Indonesian Islamic Economists. Ibu Tika received her PhD in Islamic Banking and Finance from International Islamic University of Malaysia, Master of Science in Finance from International Islamic University of Malaysia, and Bachelor of Economics from Faculty of Economics, University of Indonesia. Ibu Tika has extensive experiences as speakers in many seminars, and her ideas has been published in many journals and conferences. Currently, she is also the reviewer of reputable journals such as Pacific Basin Finance Journal and Emerging Market Finance and Trade. I'm now going to invite Ibu Tika to present her topic for around 30 minutes. And after that, we will engage in some Q&A discussion with the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Moderator. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, absolutely. It's clear.
Okay,
thank you
very much. Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi washabbihi ajmain amma ba'du. Rabbis shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Honorable Dean, Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas, Dr. Cipto Wardoyo, Vice Dean and of Academic and Field Faculty of Economic and Business, Dr. Agus Hermawan, Ibu Moderator, Ibu Diana Tin Ira Fahmi, and also our beloved guru, Prof. Ghaffar Ismail, and also our respected speaker. Thank you very much for having me here. And this is a very honorable opportunity for me to speak in front of you all in the International Conference on Islam, Economy, and Halal Industry in 2021. Please do share my PowerPoint slide for the committee. Thank you. So today I would like to present on challenges and opportunity in Islamic economics education to support the development of Islamic economics and finance. All right. So I have 30 minutes, yeah. Ibu Diana. Thank you.
Yes, please, Ibu Tika.
So are the PowerPoint is already appear? Okay. All right. Yes, thank you very much. Yes. Can we go to the first slide? All right. So this is an Islamic economics and finance ecosystem in Indonesia. Maybe we can say this should be the ecosystem in general. Probably in some countries they're having more aspect, more industries than we are. For example, in Malaysia, they're well developed for commercial finance, for example, but most of the ecosystems is like this. So where we have the commercial finance there, we have Islamic capital market, we have Islamic banking, we have Islamic non-banking institution. We have also in the industrial sector, we have the supply of, as Prof. Ghaffar mentioned earlier, we have halal industries, which is, for example, food and beverage, halal food and beverage, modest fashion, halal tourism, halal pharmacy, and also cosmetics, halal media, and also recreation or other Islamic business. We have all community. We have also social finance. We have zakat and wakaf institutions. So what can we see from this ecosystem that I adopted from KNEKS is that we can, that Islamic is actually very inclusive, no one left behind here. From poor people to the very rich people, they're in this ecosystem. So if you can see, there are mustahik for people for poor people, for example. There are microfinance and also or big company. But so if you can see for the vast growing industries here, what is one of the most important element that should be very strong here is good human capital. And education is a strong foundation to get a good, high quality human capital that will determine the future of Islamic economics and finance in the future. So this is one of our main job as lecturers. Yeah, we have to build a good human capital in order to make Islamic economics and finance growing fast. Next, please. And if we see from the global perspective here, yeah, so the positions of Indonesia in a global in education industries based on Refinitiv in 2020. See, from the Indonesia education, Indonesia is ranked the first. And also, but the research, Indonesia is ranked the second. Seminars is also the second. Conferences, we are not on the top 3. So this is a very important conference. This is a good contribution to the development of Islamic economics and knowledge to the global level, this conference. And also the news, we are not on the top 3 too. Now, how about we see from the closer look? So based on the data from Refinitiv, now, even though Indonesia considered the first country who offer Islamic finance education in 2018, we see that the number are, next please. Yes, okay. We see the number of Islamic finance educations here are above others. Now we have about 355 universities that, that offer Islamic finance education, and also as compared to other countries, yeah, that less than 100. But in terms of research, that we are quite lacking in terms of research. This is the data I put as a case study, but actually in terms of case study and both research, it's also we are lacking behind. For example, we can see Malaysia, even though they are in the 3rd rank, that countries who offer Islamic education, but the research paper are much more higher rather than Indonesia, even though we are at the 2nd level. So we can see actually in the globally too, that we are lacking in terms of research as well. So Malaysia research paper is about 876, but Indonesia is at half of that. Yeah. And if we see from the data, our internal data, please in the next slide, if we see from our own database from Dikti, for example. Next, please. So the Islamic economics education landscape in Indonesia, you see, so the number is even more higher because see, Indonesia has a very unique cases as compared to other countries. We have universities that offering Islamic economics or Islamic finance under Ministry of Education and also Ministry of Religious Affairs. So probably the first, the global data is taken from University of Education. But in this case, we have the whole, and you see the number is much bigger. Yeah, the program who offer master degree in Islamic economics are 64 universities. Doctorate degree, 5 universities. We have high school and also sekolah kejuruan, yeah, that offer Islamic banking. There are 246. And we have also vocational program on Islamic economics, Islamic finance. The number is 27. And also bachelor degree. Now the number of bachelor degree are very huge, 858 bachelor degree, which have various lists of programs. We have Islamic economics, Islamic banking. There are some of Universitas offering program is very specific, such as Islamic insurance, Islamic accounting, Sharia business management, Islamic financial management, Islamic microfinance management, Hajj and Umrah management, Zakat and Wakaf management, Islamic tourism and Islamic economics law. So from this, we are expected that the literacy, the knowledge, the research, the expert, and the quality of human capital should be high, because the growing fast of education in Indonesia is very huge. Next, please. Now, what is the fact? Then we can see the fact. So the fact, even though the supply are that much, but industry feel that the human capital still a scarcity. So to find a scarcity, scare problem. So based on reported from OJK, even though it's in 2017, the need of human capital in Islamic banking sector in Indonesia reached more than 200 banks, with more than 2,600 branch offices in 2017. We don't know how much now, probably much bigger, because we are having a huge growth market share in the current years. So the number of scarcity of human capital need is about 61,000 people. Now, according to the Finance Accreditation Agency of Malaysia, about 56,000 people are needed in the financial sector in Malaysia, with the largest shortage in the capital market sector. So for those students here, if you want to attend, go to the industries, now go to the Islamic capital market sectors here. And then the advantages of training offers concentration in Islamic banking sector. So most of people are now good in Islamic banking for those who are in Islamic education system. And this scarcity is reflected in the index of Islamic financial literacy in Indonesia. So even though the number of students are many, the number of programs are many, what we found in terms of literacy in Indonesia is very low. In 2016 to 2019, the growth is not that fast, and we hope by a survey from Bank Indonesia in 2021, they pronounced that the number of index on Islamic economics literacy in Indonesia is increasing to 20.1%. And it's also reflected in the index on Islamic financial inclusion in Indonesia, which also very low, contrary with the fact that Indonesian population mostly are Muslim. Next. So why this comes into the picture? Why there is a mismatch there? Some of them argue there is a skill mismatch. It's not happening in Indonesia, but it's happening around the world. For Islamic finance sector, according to the Capital Market Regulation Forum, 82 countries has a talent shortage in the areas of Islamic financial service industry. 60% of Islamic finance professionals need an advanced training and skill development. So there is a skill mismatch. It could be a skill gaps. It could be an underskilling or overskilling. The skill shortage, the skills obsolescence, under qualifications or vertical mismatch, field study or horizontal mismatch, and career mismatch. Some people, when their work is not in the correct place. So probably they are doing on Islamic economics, but they work in Islamic insurance, for example. Or for those who are studying in Zakat and Wakaf program, but when they work in Islamic banking, for example. So there is still a mismatch. Or there is a mismatch on the skill set itself. They are expected to have many skills, but people are lacking in terms of that skill. So there is a shortage of skill. We call it as a skill mismatch. Next. Now, this is from industry perspective. How about in the perspective of education, we also have major challenges in education. For example, the first one is the paradigm. We have to admit that the scientific knowledge to back on Islamic banking, Islamic economics, Islamic finance is very limited. We are hardly to find a theory that provides unifying link between the existing position on the various issues. We are lacking on the theoretical research on Islamic economics itself. Sometimes people are questioning, so on what base this theory? On what base the practice? Is it just mimicking the conventional, or we have our ground theory? The second challenge is the Sharia and also its teaching. So there is a gap between our teaching and the implementation, the Sharia compliance according to the book and the Sharia compliance according to practitioners. So there is a gap on that. Now, the curriculum and also the academic program, that is also a challenge. The curriculum should be standardized. We can find that there is a huge gap between one university and other university. Then as I mentioned before, we also have a university under Minister of Education and also Minister of Religious Affairs, which actually have a different curriculum. So this is one of the major issues that should be tangled together, how we can standardize, how we can move together. The teaching material, I believe all the lecturers here understand the struggling on the teaching materials on Islamic economics or Islamic finance, because different from conventional for Islamic courses, sometimes we have to be very creative in providing the teaching material. You can take it from journal, you can take it from a book. There is no specific theory or fundamental book on specific issues. So the teaching material is also a challenge, and the teachers also lecture, and the lecturers also. So we find a shortage in the number of teachers and lecturers who have actually a pure background, specific background on Islamic economic, Islamic finance, etc. I believe in the future, of course, it should be added some more, but in the current situations, different we have to admit the lecturers in Islamic economics are sometimes learning while teaching. Sometimes they try to be creative in creating a model, for example. So the lecturers that basically learn about Islamic economics and finance itself is also difficult to find, the shortage in terms of the number. Next, please. Now, we need a knowledge, intelligence, and thinking power and broad mastery. We need the skill and we need the experience. This is for us as a lecturers and also for the students. So according to the World Islamic Economic Forum Foundation, we can have several steps that can address the issues of talent scarcity. The first one is internship. This is something important and being introduced widely in Kampus Merdeka, Merdeka Belajar, which I will touch at the end. So actually, this internship is very important for a student and also for the lecturers, to understand how the industry works. For the lecturers, we can have industry and advisory board consulting work. Probably it takes our time. Of course, it is a thread of the time between teaching and also doing an other industrial job. But to be in there, actually, it could support your teaching, because we can tell the students on industrial perspective what is really matters in industries, and also for curriculum, so we can adapt with the industries need, what industries need in the curriculum. Other than that, we can have a co-teaching. We teach and also we invite lecturers from industries to teach with us, and this is also a beneficial conditions for the lecturers as well, because they can learn. And industry-based academics projects, this is must be doing together. So in that case, we are hand in hand with the industry, with the development of industry. And also the accreditations, to have a good one, a good quality, we should be evaluated and having a good accreditation, if possibly international accreditations, yeah, so we can be parallel with international. Next. Now, this is a skill of the students, because now students are no longer having one disciplinary. They should be having a multidisciplinary, and now it's transdisciplinary, where nowadays the technologies come into the picture, and the students should understand how to work with data and how to work with technology. Next one. So, okay, very sorry, this is still in Indonesia. I just put it last night. Hopefully it's okay, but I think everybody understand what it said. Yeah, so after pandemic, especially, everything is changed. Not only because of the technology comes, yes, everything is changed, but after pandemics, now it become changes even faster than our expectations. So there are many new jobs where you can do anywhere, anytime, very flexible. We have many generations working in the same place, working in the same thing. You have people from baby boomers, you have millennial, you have to work with Z generation, which all are different, and we have an autonomy as a workers, because workers have a bigger control. Yeah, sometimes you can control your own time. Yeah, so people are expected the output. Yeah, not they control the time. You can work from everywhere. And also technology, of course, the digital is coming, and then we have to adapt. Yeah. And also the data, the data are many, and now you as a student, we have to understand how to analyze the data. Next one, please. Okay, now how the government now trying to improve the Islamic economics human capital conditions. For example, of course, there are a lot of roadmap, a lot of program, not only by KNAKS, but also from Bank of Indonesia, from OJK. Now they are trying hand in hand how to create a good quality of our human resources. Just not only from education, but they given many trainings as well, and also certification. So now people can enhance the skill by having a certifications. The level of competitions, the level of competency is also vary: basic, intermediate, advanced, and also expert. So we can fulfill the demand of the industries. Next, and you can say what some of works that we can done. Yeah, as universities, especially. First is continuous improvement on education. Yeah, we have to be hand in hand to continuously improve our education quality. Research quality, doing together, collaboration. We have to have a good collaboration among universities, among industries, because we are fulfilling the same things together. Strengthening the global network, going, for example, this conference, mashallah, you invite all of people from abroad. Yeah, this is one way to strengthen our network and also collaborations. Hopefully after this we have so much collaborations among universities and also countries, and we have to be relevant. That's one thing. If it is not relevant to the society, we are left behind. And of course, we need to have a strong regulation support from the government. Yeah. Next. Okay, this is, I hope I still have a time, Ibu Diana. Am I having a time? I just want to share you a little bit on what is happening now, because because now due to Kampus Merdeka, Merdeka Belajar, I believe this is an opportunity for us to have those strategies together, because now they're facilitating them to be engaged with industries and engaged with many universities. Next, probably all of you knows already about Kampus Merdeka, Merdeka Belajar, so I don't need to explain in very detail. But this is an experiential learning, and all of you are students here should make this opportunity. Yeah. Okay. Next, for example, in our university, in the University of Indonesia, we do make some changes on this curriculum. We have now, which previously we have many subject are what we say wajib is a apa sih wajib, kok saya jadi lupa, is apa now we have an elective more many elective many elective courses. Before, this is an obligatory courses that students should have. Now, because of the room it has, we have 34 subjects of election courses, and students are expected to use this opportunity to get experiential learning from others, from industries or from other universities. Yeah, they may have, or from other activities. As we implemented it in the 6th, 7th, and 8th semester. So for the first 5 semester, there will be in our universities. The first 2 semester, there will be a basic education. And then the next semester 3, 4, and 5, this is a place for you to learn the core competencies that you have. But after that, 6, 7, and 8, you may have a work-based learning, or you may have other projects, yeah, in order for you to enhance your capacity. Next. And also what we have known, the elective courses are so many. We have internship projects in the village, projects in the school, teaching in the high school. We have students exchange, we have research, we have entrepreneur activities, we have independent study, and we have human projects. Please, ini the slide is too fast. Okay, another activities, those activities you can have a student exchange and internship or the other elective courses. And also now, as you can see here, next, yeah, the learning process is also very, next, please. So you can have online learning, blended learning. People can learn from everywhere, even though maybe later on we are not fully offline anymore, but we have a blended learning that you can learn from your university, other university abroad, or university from inside Indonesia. So, and also next one is industries related program. So in order for us, next please. So in order for us to be to be limiting the gap, yeah, so the gap from industries, yeah, so we have to connect with industries. We need to create a matching program, another matching program. We can do a research with industry collaborations, and we can have an engagement with the fresh students, so they will know what they would become and what they want become. Since the very beginning, we are asking them to plan the future so they can decide what they want to choose along the way. Okay, I believe my time is up. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Ibu Diana, and for others. Sorry for other inconvenience or mistake. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We cannot hear your voice.
All right. Thank you, Ibu Tika, for presenting a topic of Islamic economics and finance ecosystem in Indonesia. Especially, you have highlighted challenges in Islamic economics education in Indonesia. That was so valuable for many of us. Thank you. Now, we would like to engage in Q&A discussion with the audience. So for the audience, if you have any question, please just type your questions in the Q&A Zoom platform. Now, let's see if we have question from the audience. For the question from the audience to come, I'd like to pose a question for Professor Abdul Ghaffar. Professor Abdul Ghaffar, if you don't mind.
It's okay, yeah.
Thank you.
I'm looking
Professor
forward,
Ghaffar,
yeah.
Yes. You have recommended earlier that we need a new name, halal economy. That was so interesting for me. Do you think the brand new name would radically change the halal practice in the society?
Okay. Just actually, my suggestion here is because on one hand, we look at what had been done so far in terms of the publication or in terms of the program that we introduced, and also in terms of the what had been practiced in the business area. So they are trying to separate the relationship between the different entity in the economy or different economic agent in the economy. Okay? So normally people look only at the halal business only, looking at the supply chain, okay, looking at the halal compliance, okay. But more important thing than that is because we need to look into the others economic agent in the economy that also doing doing the halal activities, which I believe that it can only be, the interaction between all these economic agents can be linked together under one roof, meaning that it can be under the Islamic economy rather than we may have the capitalist economy, we can have the socialist economy, okay. Sometimes we look at the Islamic economy, okay, but why don't we look at the halal? Because there is no such term in the Quran, or if I can recall that, about the halal economy, okay, about the halal Islamic economy. What we have is the halal. Everything is the resources that have been given by Allah is halal, and you use that for the halal purposes. Okay, so from that perspective, I believe that this is a new term where even in the world also they look at the green economy, right? But it is only a subset of, okay, it is only a subset of the halal economy. Because we are looking at, as I mentioned again in my presentation, the interaction between the people with other people and also people with the creators, okay. So actually that if the interaction in that perspective actually look at or encompass all the halal activities, okay. So I think this is very timely for us to educate the people, maybe not only educate the people, but also educate the publics, and also in the university, we need to create a program that look into this halal economy in a bigger pictures, rather than we look at the current halal economy in a very narrow pictures. Okay? That is my view.
Thank you very much, Professor Abdul Ghaffar. Yeah. That was insightful explanation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now let's see if we have any question from the audience. Please, if you have questions, all the audience, if you have question to Professor Abdul Ghaffar or to Ibu Tika, please just type your question in the Q&A Zoom platform. Okay, now let's see if we have question. Here, this is the first question from Ibu Fadia to Professor Abdul Ghaffar. In the Global Islamic Indicator Report, Malaysia is ranked first. What has been done? Maybe it can be adopted by Indonesia. What can we do from
I think this
Malaysia?
question should be answered by Dr. Tika. What has been adopted by Indonesia? Again.
Yes, perhaps you or Ibu Tika can answer this question.
One good thing that I must learn from Indonesia is to have a very dedicated leaders who are inclined towards the Islamic economy, from the president to the deputy president, and also at the middle among your MP, okay, and also at the pemerintah daerah, and also at the level of organization, and also at the level of institution. Okay, you have that, but in Malaysia we don't have that. I mean, currently what we have is our leaders, they don't care about Islamic economy. Okay, they don't care about Islamic economy. Okay, so the only people that care about the Islamic economy is at the implementers and also among the people. Okay, maybe I don't know, because the reason why we have this such thing, yet we don't have a policy guideline that are purposely directed toward the development of Islamic economy or Islamic halal economy in this perspective. Okay? But probably that is based on what we have, the foundation that we have, we already achieved that level. But maybe in the future, maybe Indonesia will take over Malaysia to be the first. Okay, because you have already in place in many things. Okay. And then probably they only can take off again the policy, also the infrastructure that you have, and also especially when you look at the presentation by Dr. Tika, you have many programs. Okay, you have many degree at different level that can provide the knowledge and also the training for the student, so they can, if in the future they can spread out throughout the country, so that can result a tremendous result, inshallah. So I think I must learn from Indonesia rather than Malaysia. Indonesia from Malaysia.
Well, that was interesting, because Professor Abdul Ghaffar said that Malaysia should learn from Indonesia, while Indonesia thought that Indonesian think that Indonesia should learn from Malaysia as well. What about your view, Ibu Tika?
Yeah, thank you. And Prof. Ghaffar as well. I think the other way around, Prof. Actually, the one who has a very dedicated leader, I think we have to learn from Malaysia, since it's becoming the objective of the country to become to make Malaysia as a financial hub and financial center of Islamic finance. So maybe we are too late, Budiana, as usual. Yeah, yeah. Well, because of that, I mean, we have a big opportunity, but Malaysia can grab us faster. So, while we are trying to learn, Malaysia is already explored many things, and they try to create a good environment, especially for finance development, Islamic finance development. Malaysia provides so many incentives. Maybe in the very first year, but I think that incentive works, and also many policies, incentives as well. For example, I mean, somehow tax policies, or you give, for example, you have in Windows banking, Maybank, for example, having both. But when we go to Maybank, I learned in Malaysia as well. That's why I know the conditions there. For my master's and also my PhD. So when we go, for example, to Maybank or to CIMB, they offer Islamic account first. So in Indonesia, we are pretty different. They're competitors. So even the competitors between the head of the groups or and also the head of the company or the groups, and also the anak perusahaan, our bank, the UUS, unit usaha syariah, and also many things. For example, the ETF there. ETF provides the portfolio, like about, if I'm mistaken, Prof, about 30% on Islamic portfolio. So it's a regulation made by the government. So that's why it encouraged the market to create an instrument. So the ETF could allocate the fund for Islamic instruments. Well, we are waiting for that in Indonesia, because if there is a government initiative to create a market, for example, to create a demand, then I believe the industry, especially coming from financial industry, will grow up as well. That's why they create the halal industries. Now they try to make the supply side. They try to, the demand side, but not from the company itself, but from the society. So how they create awareness of the society for halal transaction, halal products, everything is halal, so that the demand of the halal financial is also will increase. So now they're trying to have those kind of strategies, I think. Thank you, Prof. If I want to add something.
But my view is we are at the stagnant rate. Okay, we are looking for, a new way to, with new policies or with new direction on what would be the Islamic economics in the future. Okay, that's the part I'm missing because of the political instability in the country.
I see. Yeah, even actually Prof. Ghaffar is one of the key person in master plan of Islamic economics in Indonesia. He helps us to create the strategies.
Because what I try to remind myself where I come from.
Yes, come
because
from
my
Indonesia,
grandfather was born in Indramayu.
From Indramayu, yes. Jadi orang kita juga ya.
Thank you, Professor Abdul Ghaffar and Ibu Tika. That was really insightful discussion. And then let's see if we have another question from the audience. Okay, so this question goes to both of you again. What should be done to attract students' interest in studying Islamic economics? Is there any tendency that our students are quite reluctant or resistant to go deeper into Islamic economics? What do you think?
Prof. Ghaffar first, I think.
You first, yeah.
My guru first, Prof. You first.
I think the first is about the attraction is due to the salary, right? If I'm not mistaken, the salary is quite high. Not at least at par with others. Okay, at least at par with other industries. Okay, I've been looking at the several examples where they offer high salary because of the shortage of people. Okay, as mentioned by Dr. Tika, we have not many SDM, not many SDM in the market. So then people keep on jumping from one institution to the other institution, and so one of the attraction is the higher salary. One, okay. The second one is close to your heart, right? Because Islamic economy is close to your heart. Why it is close to your heart? Because if you believe that when you learn the Islamic economy, actually you learn that this is the knowledge that comes from Allah, right? Okay, so meaning that it is close to your heart. So the knowledge that you learn is that make you very close to Allah, not only very close to Allah, but very close to the practices the practices that is being practiced by the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, which I always believe that we need to come back to the Prophet School of Economics. Okay, we need to come back to that Prophet School of Economics, not the Keynesian School of Economics, or not the classical School of Economics. We have to go back to the Prophet School of Economics. So in order to go back to the School of Economics, a Prophet School of Economics, so we need to learn from the sources, from the Quran and the Sunnah, where from there we can practice that in our daily life. That's why our art should be close to the Islamic economy. So there's two. One is from the material side, the attraction comes from the salary. The second one is that close to your heart, that you can practice, not only practice, but you can learn that this is the knowledge that comes from Allah. Allah Alam.
All right, now Ibu Tika would share her view about this one. What do you think, Ibu Tika?
Yes, thank you. I think I should have to say that I fully agree with Prof. Ghaffar mentioned. I just need to strengthen what he said. You know, we have to install the value of Islam. You know, this is the educations that learn not only the knowledge but also the value itself. We are trying to be Khalifa, you know, so it's a holistic educations. Yeah, your Sharia, your Akhlaq, and also your Aqidah. So it's very beautiful. It's very beautiful to learn something that you believe that is something that you're having your faith on. So during your learning process, I believe when you try to learn that, you can understand how beautiful Islam is and how beautiful the teaching is. So and you know, like if you can be in this field, not only you get material attraction, but actually the reward is much bigger than Dunia's reward. So this is something that I believe should attract many Muslims. The second one is, if man-wise, when we can say that the opportunity we have to be that is rational, that the opportunity now are even bigger. Not only the salary will tell you when the growing of the industries become very big, you know, the salary will be there. Yeah, so that is also one of the important thing. But we are lacking human capital, and on the other hand, the industry is growing very fast. So this is your opportunity. Yeah, if you want to be excellent in something, you are in need. The human capital now is in need. So I hope that this will attract you. You come into something that's lacking actually. So people need you. Yeah. So why don't you use this opportunity for you to develop yourself and also develop the industries as well. Yeah, I think so. That is just my two comments on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Tika and Professor Ghaffar for the answer. Now let's see, there is one audience who raised hand. Shinta Puspitasari, would you like to talk to the speaker, please? Shinta Puspitasari, would you like to pose question to the speaker? No? All right. So let's move to the question that have been submitted through Zoom platform from Ibu Trisetia. Assalamualaikum, Ibu Tika. What do you think about Islamic economics activities and in rural area in Indonesia with many level of understanding in our society? Or maybe the rural society doesn't know about it at all. What do you think about perhaps Islamic economics literacy and activities in the rural area in Indonesia?
Okay, thank you so much. I think Prof. Ghaffar also can answer this question. Yeah. Not only in rural area, yeah, I think in urban area, even though in urban area we still, find lacking in terms of literacy and also inclusion, also understanding. That's why like this seminar or many webinar are very beneficial for them who wants to understand more on Islamic or economics or Islamic finance education. And I believe that socialization should be massively, massively done by all of parties, not only universities, but now also students also can do socializations for to the so many people, they can touch, can touch. In Campus Merdeka as well, we have the program for the village, for example. So this is also a good opportunity for us to introduce Islamic finance education and also Islamic finance practice, to the society. So I guess this is the time for us. Previously we are limited by by the time and also the method. We are here and they are very far, but now it become of course reduced, through this technology. Well, of course technology is one thing, one challenge things as well. I mean, not all the rural area are very good in terms of a signal. For example, they have a signal problems, and that is one issue that should be tackled altogether. But I think through this, we can make we can make what we call it collaborations together, and so all massive socializations will be done, and not only through universities. Probably we can have students also need to socialize with communities as well. So ibu, perhaps ibu is the first school of the child. They're the one who needs to understand more on this. When they understand, I believe everything in that that family will change, because ibunya, she's the decision maker, of the family. So this is one of the community engagement. People should also touch on community engagement as well. So probably that my humble answer for this. I hope it answered.
Thanks, Bu Tika. Perhaps Professor Ghaffar, would you like to add your insight about this matter?
About the practice of Islamic economic in the rural area, right? Of course, if you
Yes,
look
exactly.
at the practice, you look at the practice in the rural area, because they have been exposed to, again, they have been exposed to the, what we call it, if I can call it the colonization element. Okay, colonization element, because we have been invaded by the British, right? Okay. And maybe in Indonesia we have been invaded by the Dutch. Okay, so the system has been there for many years. Okay, and we look at, for example, the first bank that was established in Malaysia is Standard Chartered, meaning that they have already, propagated this idea of the banking system in Malaysia been since the end of 19th century. So you should see that the system has been there for many years, but at the same time, we also, for myself, that I learned the muamalah when I was 10 years old or 9 years old. Okay, and when I attended the school, I learned the muamalah in that. But when you come to the practice in the rural area, they practice the muamalah only in when there's, they do it in the market when they do the buying and selling, okay, buying and selling material or material goods, okay. But when it comes to when you're looking for the capital, let's say So you are looking for the capital from the mainstream financial system, which are basically based on the interest, okay? And not only that, the others local company also, the domestic company also follow the same system, which are basically, there are no difference between the domestic institution and also the foreign institution. So in that perspective, the people in the village, they are sometimes they are at the crossroads. Right? What they learn in the what they learn in the school, again, different from what they practice in the community. Okay, so at the end, I say, okay, because there is no such alternative, then we should go and support that, or support and go and practice what had been practiced since before the independence of since the colonization. But Alhamdulillah, with our awareness program, with our knowledge that we learn in the school, so it's slowly affect on the practices of Islamic economics in the rural area. So for me, education is very important to make sure that the Islamic economic can be practiced anywhere, whether in the village or in the city or by different people. Even the non-Muslim also can practice that. Okay, that's it. That's my comment, Diana.
Thank you, Professor Gofar. Exactly. So education is the key to improve the Islamic economics activities and literacy, right? All right. So the next question is coming from Ibu Lohana. It goes to Ibu Tika. Islamic economics in Indonesia facing so many challenges, including the standardization of education itself. So as academician and secretary of Ikatan Ahli Ekonomi Islam, who has like an obligation to standardize the education, what would you do? How can we update our competence, our human resource capital competence in this area? Ibu Tika, please.
Thank you for the question from the participant. From Ibu Lohana. Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, I think, firstly, I think this is our job together to improve the education quality for improving Islamic economics and finance education quality. But actually, there are quite programs that are initiated by the associations. We have so many associations. We have not only Ikatan Ahli Ekonomi Islam, we have MES, Masyarakat Ekonomi Syariah, we have a program association like APSEI, Asosiasi Program Studi Ekonomi Islam Indonesia. We have ADESI, Asosiasi Dosen Ekonomi Syariah. We have ODESI, and others. Faculty also have what we say association, and they are doing many things, especially in terms of socializations and also literacy, and also the government. So our government also initiated some programs. For example, Bank Indonesia, they do in the first stage, they try to gather some universities to create basic learning goals, capaian pembelajaran, and also after that continue by KNEKS. Firstly, they select some universities first, to sit together and try to think about the standardizations of the curriculum. So they create 10 basic courses, select 10 basic courses that should be applied in any of Islamic economics program. And also after that, they create the RPS, the syllabus, and also now currently with Bank Indonesia, they create a reference book, because as we know that we are lacking in the reference book. So if I'm not mistaken, on Pengantar Ekonomi Syariah, Introduction to Islamic Economics, on ayat and hadith,
Islamic. It's basically fiqh muamalah now, and then on Islamic development economics, and also on microeconomics, if I'm not mistaken, currently. So that's all some initiative that they're done, and they also create a book on research, so people who wants to do a research can have a reference what is kind of types of research that needed by industries. And they also create for Campus Merdeka the buku for magang, especially for Islamic economics. I think this is a new initiative because I don't see it in economics program. We have it in Islamic economics and finance program, but we don't have it in economics program. So they are one step ahead. And also some conferences also trying to see this. It's not the standardizations, but to see what curriculums that apply in many universities, because somehow the curriculum itself is the campus can determine what curriculum that they might have, but we can create some benchmark curriculum that they can do a benchmarking on that. So I believe there are many initiatives done. What we can do now is how to make a synergy between all. We have it there, but we do it we do it separately on separate progress. So our job now is how to synergy together, to make a collaborations together, so we can learn it from one another and we can benefit from one another. I think that's my answer for that. Thank you, Budiana.
Thank you. That was beautiful, Ibu Tika. And so I think I saw one question, the last question. Oh, you are already, Prof. Abdul Ghaffar, you already answered the last question.
Yeah, I already answered that question.
All right. So for the audience who has just posed the question, Professor Abdul Ghaffar has already answered the question directly. Thank you. I think we now reach the end of our session. I would certainly like to thank Professor Abdul Ghaffar and Ibu Tika for the presentation for the insight into Islamic economy and halal industry. Thank you, Professor Ghaffar and Ibu Tika.
Thank you so much.
We look forward to having another discussion and collaboration with both of you in the future event. Thank you.
Of course, yes, of course.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you, Dr. Diana, for the opportunity and all. Thank you, Prof. See you again, inshallah.
Inshallah. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you found it interesting and you've taken away some lesson from the presentation. Now we're going to move to the second round of the conference with another two speakers. And then the third speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Nurdeng Durase. I would like to introduce Dr. Nurdeng. So Dr. Nurdeng Durase obtained his BA from the International Islamic University Malaysia and his Master and PhD from the International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization. He was an associate professor at the Faculty of Human Ecology, University Putra, Malaysia, and head of Laboratory of Halal Policy and Management, Halal Products Research Institute, University Putra, Malaysia. He was an Imam Bukhari Fellow at the Oxford Center for Islamic Studies, Oxford University, during Trinity Term 2004. And currently, Dr. Nurdeng Durase is a Deputy Director and an Associate Professor of Halal and Thayyiban Research Center of University Islam Sultan Syarif Ali, Negara Brunei, Darussalam. His academic writings have been published in many well-known national and international journals, For example, the Yale Journal for Humanities in Medicine, that is in USA, Islamic Culture in India, Arab Law Quarterly in London, Journal of the International Society for the History of Islamic Medicine, and many more. He currently serves on the editorial board of national and international journals and halal management advisory committees of halal academics and industrial development. And his research interests are halal science, civilizational studies, and history and philosophy of Islamic medicine. So, Dr. Nurdin, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. Do you hear from me? Do you think
yes, I can hear
okay, thank
clearly,
you
and I can see your slide clearly. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your response. And Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Thank you very much to the organizer, University Negeri Malang, for inviting me to present this this morning in this important conference. My respected panelists, Professor Dr. Wafa, and then also and also others. I would like also to express my gratitude to the dekan, the deans of the faculties, as well as to the all audience who joins my presentation in these platforms. So Alhamdulillah, with the request of University Negeri Malang, I'm able to manage to present my humble outcomes relating to halal food security and online shoppings amid COVID-19 in Negara Brunei Darussalam. Okay, I share already my slide. Have you, sorry. Okay. Have you seen my slide? Appear or not?
Yes, yes, it's clear.
Okay, thank you very much. In regarding about what we call the food security and what we call online shoppings in these pandemics, first of all, I have to review certain article related to the topics. And for your knowledge, the halal industry or halal product today is considered as very high demand, not only among the Muslim, as well as among the non-Muslim. As you know, for example, in 2010s, Muslim populations, of course, rise increasingly what we call up to 1.6 billion, and we are expected to increase more 20% in 2050. So therefore, the demand of halal product, especially the food product, must be increased from one time to another time. And in addition to that, with the increasing of the number of wealthy Muslims who are considered as most powerful purchase power, and therefore they are not only spend the money for halal food as well as maybe another aspect, halal travel, halal hospitalities and services. Okay, just to move next slide. Okay, concerning halal food industry, right? It was recorded that global Muslim consumers spendings around 1,128 billion, so which is considered 70% of the global food and beverage expenditure. So the most top countries who spend a lot in the food industry, no doubt Indonesia, who spends annually around 158 billion USD, followed by Turkey, 110 billions, and then Pakistan, Iran, as well as another Muslim countries. So meaning that keep in our mind, when we talk about halal food industry, the Muslim in Indonesia have to spend up to 158 billions. The foods not only from the local as well as from the from other countries, which are considered as halal and then being consumed and distributed in Indonesia. But now, when we come to these situations with the COVID-19 in the corner, and then we will talk about halal foods, no doubt, there must be an impact clearly to the halal food, especially when the people associate the pandemic COVID-19 for the first case, especially in Wuhan, related to non-halal food. So no doubt, all people, including also non-Muslim as well as a Muslim, try to avoid what we call non-halal foods because of hygienic as well as because of health purpose. For these reasons, during COVID-19, we found that the demand for the halal food consumption is increased during the pandemic to ensure that the Muslim not only just what we call obtains or consume what has been lawful, but at the same time, they have to give into special considerations halal tayyiban aspect. That's why we call halal and tayyibans. So during these pandemics, we found that 50 research papers were published in the early 2020, which discuss COVID-19 and associate with the role of halal food. So meaning that these papers, which are considered as a citation and index, especially published in ISI journal and Scopus journal, so related to the halal food during COVID-19. So if I can table to you the detail, we found that the research regarding all about halal food consumption being published around 41 papers, halal food development, 38 papers, halal food industry, 36 papers, halal food system, 35 papers, and then until the end, including also halal food safety, halal food services, halal food standard, halal food awareness, halal food policy, halal food supply chain, halal food and tourism, halal food and pharmaceutical, halal food certifications, halal food operators, halal food and travel, halal food security, and then halal food equity. So meaning that the interest of halal food must increase tremendously during COVID-19 with special concern in 2020. So last year, I mean. So no doubt among the impact of COVID-19 make so many countries and brands, especially from the Durban cities in KwaZulu, has begun to give a special attention to provide halal food for the customer, as well as food buffalo brands, which is a very well-known brands in the world. What we found that an emergency food pantry or public kitchens that provided halal and halal food has been taken into special considerations by the companies. As well as in Europe, we found that the Islamic shop, which has been run by the Muslim, especially those come from the India and Pakistan, they found that the halal food has been increased demand among the people in the Europe as well as the close area. When we come to Negeri Brunei Darussalam, this is maybe what we call the status of COVID-19 as of yesterday, 22nd of November. We have new case, 39 cases only. Of course, very small cases. But if we count into a percentage, maybe very high also, because our population here is only 500,000 compared to Indonesia, more than 200 million. And we found that as far as the active case is concerned, we have 425 cases, and then the deaths already reached to 57 cases. And Alhamdulillah, with the Almighty of Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, the recovery case in Negeri Brunei Darussalam of COVID-19 also increased from 14,630. So Alhamdulillah, they recover from this disease, 14,107. Okay, as far as vaccination is concerned, as of 16 of these months, we found that 71.9% has been taken 2 doses of the vaccines, even Pfizer or Moderna, as well as AstraZeneca and others. And then with 1 dose, 19.9%. But as of yesterday, it's already increased from this number. That is why the government tolerates to the people to allow to go to the public and so on, to open the musalla and so on, with the condition that from the 19th November 2021, so today is 23rd, so meaning the last 2-3 days ago, the government allowed for the public to go perform salat as well as to do the outside activities, with the condition that hanya individu yang mempunyai vaksinasi lengkap 2 dos sahaja. So the Brunei Darussalam is very careful about the pandemic. So therefore, so many what we call the measures has been taken by the governments. So during this pandemic, no doubt, the issue related food security in Negara Brunei Darussalam very concerns, because the people say that most of the food product in Negara Brunei Darussalam, what we call imported from another countries, especially from Malaysia, Indonesia, as well as from Arab countries and Thailand. So with this situation, the people also keep to ask whether what we call food, in Negara Brunei Darussalam can be provided enough for the residents or otherwise. That is why we have to ask the stakeholders, the respondents, in regarding about this matter. And as far as food security is concerned, we try to know, or we try to distribute the questionnaire through Google Forms, and in order to know food stock situation in Negara Brunei Darussalam, and also to know about their awareness about food prices, about alternative to food saving, as well as the awareness of how household food stock amid the crisis. And then from this, what we call survey, which has been distributed, the questionnaire to 29% are male and 21% are female. Of course, the majority who respond our questions are female. I think in Southeast Asia, everywhere, the student in university, also what we call the government staff, mostly are female. So we have to accept the fact. And in terms of age, the range also from 15 until what we call 35 years old. And from this survey, we come out with several discussion and findings. Number one, in relation to Bruneians' perspective on halal food situation in a time of the pandemic. So for your knowledge, Brunei is now facing the second wave. The first wave is already over, and then the government able to manage the first wave very well. And the second wave now, it seems that the government also is able to manage, because the case decreased from day to day. And also we would like to know the halal food stock during the pandemic. Maybe they are panic or not during this situation, because as I mentioned to you, most of the food product in Negara Brunei Darussalam are imported from other countries. So Brunei alternative to open small halal food business, and so the crisis, amid the crisis, and Bruneians awareness on the increase of halal food products. So now we come to the findings, right? To discuss a little bit the findings. Okay, the first one, when we ask the questions, which statement best reflect your food situations during the pandemics? So we found that among the respondents who respond these questions, and so we conclude that most of the populations in the country has no problem at all to get the daily halal food supply, despite struggling in the current situation to fight with the pandemics or COVID-19. Because from the chart one shows that more than half of the respondents involved in this survey unanimously stated that they did not experience any difficulties in taking care of their daily diets as well as nutrition in a pandemic situation, including also myself. Even though I'm not among the respondents, but I experienced during my stay, during the first wave, before the COVID-19 and then after the COVID-19, I found there is no difference except what we call the prices only. So now we come to the next one. Okay, in terms of household halal food stock, now we come to the food stock, because during pandemic, normally the people, especially the rich one, rush to go to the mall, to the grocery in order to buy as much as possible. But now we found that among these, from this survey, when we ask the questions, does your household have enough food stock during the pandemics? And finally, we conclude that most of respondents succeed in storing food supply for a month or more in a pandemic situations. We found that if we during the 3 days, 12% only say that among the female who say that they are able to get stock, have the stock enough for 3 days. But when we come to, for example, more than 1 month only, they say that yes, they are able to manage to keep the foods available in the house, 20% from the female and then 25% among the male. So this indicating that it is because within 1 to 3 weeks only, it is found that the supply or stock of food has decreased, and most of respondents, especially female, are more likely and are able to store food supply for the household in a short of time. Why male are able to what we call to store as well as to keep the foods up to one month. Maybe we feel that the male in Negeri Darussalam are responsible for the household members. So that is why as the leaders or the family members, they want to make sure that the foods are available at all time, even during the COVID-19. So this is but for the female, maybe they are not able to provide food maybe up to 1 month, maybe for 1 week or 2 weeks, maybe that is okay. Because we found that during COVID-19, those who go for the shoppings normally what we call among the male compared to the female. So now we will come to discuss about this matter. And then we try to ask about the alternative to open the small halal food business amid the crises. Because why? With the lockdown here and there, and of course, Negeri Darussalam tolerate a little bit, lenient a little bit at the present time. But before that, as you know, the people of Brunei Darussalam follow the instructions of the government strictly without the questions. Without the question, I think the culture of the people in Negeri Brunei Darussalam, not as in Indonesia, I guess, not as in Malaysia, as my experience, as well as not as in Thailand, as my experience. So therefore, easily for the government to monitor or to manage the pandemics, right? So in this case, whether to open the alternative small halal food or not, majority are not ready. Say that no, right? No, but there is also some people around female 25% and male only around 12%. What we can try to open, what we call the alternative way to get or to supply foods. What we call in Negeri Brunei Darussalam during this COVID-19. So therefore, you may homemade now, what we call and supply to others, to sell to others, also very popular in Negeri Brunei Darussalam. But for my case, I learned a lot during this pandemics. when I'm alone without my family members, I have to cook by myself, not only just to save the money, as well as what we call healthful food. Also, I can monitor everything what has been what will be consumed by me. So I don't know about what we call another people, but I guess also the same thing, because why the restaurant in Negara Brunei Darussalam is at the present allowed only for the taken away, not for dines. So therefore, the numbers who go for the restaurant also must decrease from one time to another time. So therefore, no doubt they have to cook by themselves in the house. And then, okay, Brunei awareness increased about the price, no doubt. They, including also myself. Yesterday, I went for the grocery. I found that vegetable also very expensive, and don't think about another product. So that is why when we ask distribute a questionnaire to the respondents, more than 80% feel the increasing of the price. But maybe for others, maybe 12%, I do not know, and they don't care about that. Maybe they have enough money in their pocket, enough money in the bank, so therefore they do not care enough about the increasing of the price. Maybe 1 ringgit Brunei, or $1 Brunei, or 2 Brunei dollar, for them is very, very simple. But I would like to conclude, as far as food security is concerned here, as far as these questions has been asked, that almost all the respondents agree and are aware of the price increase in pandemic situations, right? And okay, finally, this is the finding in regard to the food security. Of course, when we talk about the food security, so many aspects related to this. However, with the limited of time, we present here certain question only, and with the conclusion of finding here, have no problem at all in Negara Brunei Darussalam, including also myself. But the problem only you have to cook by yourself. For example, before I do not have any experience to do the bread by myself, right? But now I can produce to you so many kind of bread, maybe Turkish bread, maybe Indonesian bread, Thai bread, Malaysian bread, and so on, right? So every day have to eat with that kind of the food. So because we do not want to go for dine into the restaurant to come what we call to mix with the others, so to play the safe. And lastly, what we call, as far as food security is concerned, the situation did not adversely affect the countries as maybe in many countries. And finally, no doubt, even though these findings has been given a positive to us, but we have to take also proactive about these situations, because anything can happen during COVID-19. So that is why we also advise the respondents, the people, the public, to make what we call manage the meal time, about the portions, about the meal break, about keep positive attitude in minds in regarding about the quarantine and so on, right? So this is the first part of my presentations. So now we come to the second part, which is more relevant to our what we call the conference, online shopping, right? Online shopping during this period. And then I think as another countries, online shopping today is very popular, especially during pandemics. And so, however, as academician, we try to collect the data from our stakeholders, from the publics, in order to know the real situations in regarding about the online shopping in Negara Brunei Darussalam. Right. For example, I think for my case, online shopping maybe only with the Pizza Hut in Negara Brunei Darussalam, but nowadays so many restaurants also provides online shopping. They use so many through WhatsApp or through what we call messengers, through Facebook, Instagram, and so on, right? So in regarding the shopping online, so in terms of agenda, we try to make sure that our survey, our questionnaire being distributed to both male and female. And then, of course, small number, 1.2% do not prefer to declare about the gender, no problem. right? And come to the next. Okay, in terms of age also, we start from 15 years old until what we call above 50. Alhamdulillah, they respond to our questions very well. And then finally, we come to the, in terms of occupation also, with several sectors, not only students, as well as among the private sectors, about no job people, retired people, and the student, as well as among the postgraduate students and also self-employer. Okay, now let me see the what we call the outcomes or the result and discussions briefly in relation to what we call shoppings online in Negara Brunei Darussalam. Of course, you have to bear in your mind that Brunei Darussalam is a small country. You cannot compare with Indonesia, with what we call with 200 million plus population, and then with so many islands here and there. However, when we ask the people in Negara Brunei Darussalam with simple questions, several questions, but we present here only limited questions, which is more relevant. When we ask the question, do you spend more on online shopping during these pandemics? Right? No doubt, the answer what we call 42.9% say yes, and then of course no, 32.5%, and the others maybe around 24.7%. At least what we call, I'm sure after the COVID-19, the increasing of the online shoppings, not only just for Pizza Hut, as well as for other purpose product, also increase from time to time. Okay. What type of the online shoppings that you do during this pandemic? So several what we call the product here. I can give to you, for example, mostly 67.5% for ordering food, right? Because food is the main important ones, especially during lockdown or quarantines. We do not think about others. We think about our stomach. We think our survival. Therefore, what we call online shopping related to food also increase from one time to another, up to 67%. And then in addition to that, 53.2% also, they still also try to purchase online, maybe something related to the apparel, beauty product, as well as accessories. Because for your knowledge, I hope you also know about Lazada, you know also about Shopee, right? Normally, this is considered as online shopping, everything that you can purchase. However, in Negara Brunei Darussalam, I found that most of the customer or purchaser via Shopee as well as Lazada, they go to the apps, this platform in Malaysia. And then the product has been sent to Miri or to the neighbor country of Negara Brunei Darussalam, not directly to the Brunei. So that is why we need the runners. We need the runners. And then the problem, a complaint from the Post Office of Malaysia, there are so many products sent by the Shopee, by the Lazada, already arrived in the post office in Miri as well as in Lembang, which are the borders of Brunei Darussalam, which are not being claimed. So this is among the problem here, because the people in Negara Brunei Darussalam cannot go outside Negara Brunei Darussalam. And finally, the governments try to solve the problem, try to allow certain runners, only runners, not the owners, to go to pick up the product, but the runners. But also very difficult to find the runner in order to pick up the product in Miri as well as others. I tried so many times to pick up my product in Miri, but up to today, I'm not able to manage to get the runner who are ready to pick up my product in Miri or in Lembang, Brunei Darussalam. And then also they spend a lot of cleaning product, health products, maybe medicines, vitamin, and so on, face masks, so up to 41%, and 20% or 26% online shop for the groceries, and 24.7 online shop for gadget. Gadget also very important, and electronic product also very important during this pandemic because everything are online. So for teaching, learning also online. So normally we have one computer, we should have one or two more computers because our kids, our children also have to learn online. And the father also, as the lecturers, have to teach online. So we need also one more computer here and there. So therefore, we found that the people in Negeri spend also quite a lot of money for the gadget as well as for the electronic purpose. And of course, the last one, maybe 2.6, did not purchase online, and 2.6% for baby product, maybe not we consider as the major thing. And then 1.2% online payment for making identification card, for the road tag, for the renewal of insurance, and so on. Right? So that is among the challenges that we are facing. However, as far as the road tag and insurance is concerned, I just renewed my road tag last week. I have to do everything online. I cannot get what we call the paper or the papers in order to stick on in my car. But according to the authorities, just to show the to show what we call the message to the authority. This is indicating the proof that you already renew your contract and insurance. Right? So because Brunei very careful about the case, they want to make sure that there are zero COVID-19 in Negara Brunei Darussalam before the arrival of the second wave. Okay, maybe go to the next findings. Right? Not moving now. I have problem maybe. Okay. Finding here, maybe we can say that in the conclusion after the survey, it showed that not only Brunei Darussalam has online shopping habit before the pandemic, as well as after the pandemic, but the increasing of the habit of online shopping during pandemic is clearly approved. And online shopping also could help those people who are in the quarantine, as well as who receive self-isolation order by the government and so on. And at the same time also who are what we call phobia to go outside the house. So therefore, so normally we put the box outside our house. Once, for example, the runner come, they just put the our food or anything, the item in the box, and then they go. So we just pick up maybe after 10 minutes to make sure that they are safe. And then no doubt, I'm sure that this is online shopping also considered very important tool. And with the science and technology help us a lot to make sure that the programs runs smoothly. So these two kinds of what we call survey during COVID-19 regarding about the shopping online as well as about food security. And no doubt this is the issue and the challenge not only in Negara Brunei Darussalam, I think the global. That is why I come to what we call to the next subtopic, namely the lessons that we should learn from the pandemic for better future lifestyle. Maybe this lesson from me, I just share in my Facebook, maybe in Malay. I hope you don't mind. This is very common ones that we as human being, we cannot fight. Sometimes we cannot defeat the small creations of God, so the coronavirus. However, as far as Islam is concerned, as far as maybe WHO is concerned, prevention is better than cure. Searching for the vaccine, but now we are searching for the vaccines, but not for the treatment. This is also among the problem for us, because so many vaccine being produced by many countries. The countries and the government are eager to make sure that the vaccine are available for everybody in the globe. As I mentioned to you, maybe in Brunei, very small numbers. But no doubt there is no choice, because otherwise you are not able to go to the public without what we call vaccinations. So my question here, dunia sangat aktif dan bersungguh mencari vaksin COVID-19, tetapi tak dengar pula mereka bersungguh sedang mencari ubat COVID-19. Allahu Akbar. So maybe I post in 31st January ago or this year. My question is, a long time ago, but Alhamdulillah, we found that still Pfizer, for example, try to produce the drug, what we call together with the vaccines, Pfizer. However, we have, according to the hadith, saying that tadawu, likul lidak dawa. All disease there will be the cure, but the question is the vaccine is not cure. It is the preventive measure rather than curing the disease. I don't say that COVID is not good, but I'm saying that we have to give both considerations to find out what we call preventions is better, and if no doubt the outbreak already, we have to find out the treatment also beside the COVID-19, beside what we call the vaccinations. So one more thing that we have to take the lesson from this pandemic, the secret of life. I call it as the secret of life. Why? We were defeated by the unseen creature. I post this one in January 2021, not at the present, because nowadays maybe it's and Europe also face what we call the new wave already, the 5th wave already. I think Indonesia also the same thing also. So we cannot become arrogant, even though we have intellect, rational, and so on. Because why? Sometimes we cannot beat the small creation of Allah SWT, and this creation is unseen. For example, coronavirus. And then for this reason, we have to believe strongly about the unseen world in line with Rukum al-Imans, that is al-Imanu bi-al-Ghaib. Al-Imanu bil-Ghaib. Life is struggling. It is not as seen with our own physical eyes, but beyond. The beyond of our eyes is not easily expected to be known, but could be known through pure heart. So sometimes, in order to know the reality, we have to know through the inspirations. We have to know through the revelations. But there is no revelation at all today. We just have the instincts and revelations, which, for example, commonly Sufis try to understand the secret of the life. So I'm sure that if the Sufis try to interpret about COVID-19 and the coronavirus, they try also to elaborate in the with the methodology, for example, to know the secret of the life, right? And then, sorry, okay, freedom is to choose what is good. Now I would like to stress one more thing, that we have to understand that sometimes we have to follow the instruction of the governments. Because why? This is for the better good for the public, as we consider as a maslahah. We cannot say that, oh, what we call I have the choice to do anything that as I like. For example, if the government instruct you to take the vaccines for not only for better of your life as well as for others, so maybe you cannot argue by saying that no, I have the freedom not to take. Because why? There are so many legal maxims saying that saddu zara'a, right? That means that you have to protections what maybe something that will happen. So in this case, we have to understand the real meaning of the freedom, because the real meaning of freedom is not as understood by the West. The West, of course, very difficult to monitor, especially for the injection of the COVID, of the vaccination, because they are liberal, they are very freedom. They try to argue that our economy is freedom, you can do here and there, open economy, open society, and so on. So you can do as you like, but Islam not like that, because freedom Islam reflect from the word al-khairun. Al-khairun means good. That means freedom is to choose what is good. If you want to choose what is bad, you cannot say that it is freedom. So therefore, I would like to say here, under Islamic principle, the concept of freedom is called ikhtiyar, derived from the Arabic term khairun, which means good. Ikhtiyar means to choose what is good. Under the said concept, the exercise of freedom is confined to do what is good, as by nature, everyone wanted to good. On the otherwise, if somebody has chosen what is bad, it is not a manifestations of good choice, but an indications of ignorance, as by the nature, no one's wanted bad. okay, help others during COVID-19. Ramai orang Islam sekarang sedang menghadapi susah seperti banjir selain pada COVID-19. Apakah sumbangan kita? Apakah yang kita boleh bantu? So I post already a long time ago. So meaning that we have to contribute something. We not just, even if we do not add the problem, but I hope we can contribute something in order to solve what we call the COVID-19. Directly or indirectly, small, medium or big contributions. I hope all are valuable. Inshallah will be considered as amal jariyah. And then, so this is very good word in Arabic. I just want to summary. Even though you are sad with this previous situations, but there is no solutions. You have to say Alhamdulillah, thankful, and then everything has the wisdom behind that. Bersedih kerana COVID-19. Ada yang bunuh diri, ada yang kurang makanan, ada. Tapi di Brunei tidak ada yang kurang makanan, tapi ada yang perlu makanan juga. Ada yang berhenti kerja dan sebagainya. So therefore, duka cita merupakan sebahagian hidup manusia. Semua pernah duka cita, sedih. Janganlah engkau tambah kesedihan seseorang. So I share long time ago in 2020. So if you cannot solve the other's problem, at least you do not add your problem or other problem to him, because he try also to manage the situations by himself. Otherwise, they will face the difficulties and problem in this life. And then keep changing for the better life, right? Better dunia senantiasa bergerak dengan pantas. So I personally do not expect there will be COVID-19 and coronavirus at these generations. But finally, within a short of time, we are facing with these difficulties, especially at the first phase of the COVID-19. We are panic, do not know how to do here and there. However, we have to keep in our mind that the world is keep changing from time to time. So therefore, we also advise to bergerak berubah dengan alasan jangan tidak berubah dengan alasan Nabi tidak buat itu dan ini. Sebab dia orang kata kadang-kadang saya tak nak COVID, saya tak nak vaksin sebab kalau Nabi tak buat, itu bukan alasannya. So lastly, COVID-19 with the modernizations. If COVID-19 is responsible in changing our life norm, kalau dulu tidak ada social distancing, no COVID, no face mask to wear in our office here and there, but nowadays we have to follow, we have to live with the new norm. I don't think that this new norm will stop in near future. We still need the time. So if we are responsible, COVID-19 is the most powerful because can change our norm, not only the layman people, as well as rich people, as well as intellectual, as well as those who are in ranking and so on. But for me, modernization must also responsible in changing our traditional life norm. So now, for example, modernization dulu tidak ada online learning, online shopping. Sekarang because of modernization, dia ada all everything. At the same time, also dia ada positive effect as well as if you do not know how to use, maybe negative effect also to use it. And then productivity during COVID-19, because we know that everywhere, work from home, online, social distancing, not freedom. Here I say, sometimes we say that, do you think that there will be a productivity during COVID-19? So I would like to say that we have to accept the fact that this is the reality, that sometimes we have to make social distancing, or sometimes we have to conduct online, work from home. So that's why I post in my Facebook. I say that people say that you are very slow in making decisions and actions. I told them that sometimes it seems slow but faster, and sometimes it seems faster but slow. So meaning that you are the one who can determine whether you may have very good outcome or otherwise. Even though you are working the work from home or online, but if you are aggressive enough and then you know how to manage the situation, I hope everything can be done with good productivity. And finally, I just propose a long time ago, of course, bicara COVID-19, kalau kita ada free COVID-19 zone for the economic growth, because kita nak lockdown, sampai bila kita nak lockdown? Kan, kita kena ada flexible. We have to think about that. What do we mean by free COVID-19 zone? Maybe you can say that siapa yang ada 2 dos, okay, you can punya spend your money, you can shopping, you can dine in and so on. So maybe this is, I already posted a long time ago. So thank you very much for your good listening. This is my presentations. I hope that you benefit something from Brunei, especially in regarding about what we call food security in Brunei, as well as online shopping in Negeri Brunei Darussalam, and then some lessons that we have to take into considerations, but not necessarily that you have to follow, because that is come from my humble opinion, which is very small and very big, the creation of Allah SWT. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Nurdeng, for presenting a very interesting topic about food security and online shopping. I learned from your presentation that halal business is such a giant business, and halal business has secured so many people during the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you so much. Dr. Nurdeng, please kindly wait for the discussion session. We would now like to welcome our fourth presenter, Dr. Ahari, PhD. I would like to introduce the speaker first. Dr. Ahari Suksuwan is a researcher of the Halal Science Center, Chulalongkorn, University, Thailand. Apologize me for I might pronounce it incorrectly. He received his PhD from Prince of Songkhla University, Thailand, and Bachelor of Science in Chemistry, first class honors from the same university, that is from Prince of Songkhla University, Thailand. Dr. Ahari work experiences include Technical Committees, Standard and Metrology Institute of Islamic Countries, Turkey, researcher, the Halal Science Center, Chulalongkorn University, Bangkok, head of Science and Technology Services Unit, the Halal Science Center, Chulalongkorn University, lecturer at Pharmaceutical Analytical Chemistry Faculty of Pharmacy, Rangsit University, and also researcher at University of Vienna, Austria. His teaching is in the area of halal science, polymer science, pharmaceutical quality control, physicochemical properties, and stereochemistry of drugs, and also pharmaceutical calculation. Dr. Ahari has published his writings in many journals and has been a speaker at many international conferences. And so, ladies and gentlemen, after Mr. Ahari presentation of around 30 minutes, we will turn our attention to questions coming to the Q&A Zoom meeting. And so with that, I will now gladly hand over to Mr. Ahari. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you hear me? Everyone here hear me? Yes?
Yes, but perhaps
Okay.
you can increase the quality of your voice, perhaps. Have you used the headset or?
Yeah, yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay. It's better?
Yes, we do hope so. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to share my slide. Okay. Dear Chairman and organizing committee of the conference, and all speaker, Professor Abdul Ghaffar Ismail, Dr. Tika Arundina, and also Associate Professor Nurdeng Saleh from Brunei. And Actually, he's from Thailand, like, and me, and also the moderator and all participants in this conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for inviting me in a great international conference. This is the second time for me after COVID-19. Actually, I have been in Malang University maybe two or 3 years ago, and today I would like to present. My topic is the scientific and archaeological approaches for Halal authentication and certification in Thailand experience. My topic will categorize in 3 topics. The first question is what is Halal, and the second question is how Halal, and the third is the why Halal, and then the third is the how is Halal, how we make it Halal or Halalization. In the holistic concept of health in Islam, it's like same the WHO said that a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being and absence of disease. But in Islam, we add more spiritual dimension, because everyone have responsibility to take care good of health, so that they can prolong his opportunity to get through to Allah Subhanahu wa Taala. This is why we have to link us to the God and to God. It means Allah Subhanahu wa Taala. And then the Halal is the principle of Islam. Islam separate into 2 dimensions with the Aqidah and Sharia. Aqidah is a faith or belief, and Sharia is a practice. You have to do like according to Islamic, and also for Allah, and also yourself as well, and your social and your environment in the Halal way. So you have to earn income from the Halal source, and you have to use the Halal section, and also to consume the Halal or Halal food and drink. So Halal food is not only for the health promotion, the health prevention or protection, and also to spiritual protection for yourself as well. Like you can maintain your deen or your religion, your religion to or Islam in yourself as well when you eat some Halal food. And actually, Halal in the certificate world or complexing world, we can separate generally. We can separate into 3 groups, such as in terms of Islamic, it's like a Halal Haram according to Islamic law, and that evidence from the Al-Quran, from Al-Sunnah, Al-Ijma, and Al-Qiyas, something like this. But in nowadays, we also consider the Halal in terms of commercial or economic. It's like the project, the products and the service Halal we can consume, and not only for Muslim but also for all Muslim, for all mankind. This is the term of the economic, and also in scientific. Normally in scientific, we consider the safety in terms of physical, biological, and chemical. But in Halal, we consider that the haram is the one of the safety as well. We call the spiritual safety in terms of Halal. So we can categorize into group like this. And normally people say that Halal is related to the Islam, to religion. But when the Malaysia proposed the use of special mark on meat products in 1981 in Codex Alimentarius, and then we have to waiting for about 16 until the committee accept the proposal, and then we get the Halal guideline in Halal standard. That's why, because people think that it's a religion, but actually the Halal is it's like the sign and also its standard. In Thailand, after we Codex launched the guideline, and then we adopt the Codex Halal standard, and then we have our own Halal food standard in 2007, and we is the member of the CIMIC Standard and Authority Institute for Islamic Country that working on the Halal standard and methodology. And also Indonesia also is a member, because CIMIC is under OIC as well. And actually people think that Halal is not Aqidah. Actually they concern about the business only, but actually the Halal is the faith, is the belief, and is Aqidah. So when you have to responsibility to yourself and your consumer, when you are the ulama or the Halal inspector, you have to consider this. If you make decision that is halal haram, which halal and haram, and then you have to responsible for your decision as well. And this ayah, ya ayuhan nas kulu min halalan tayyiban, I have get 3 points. The first is the all mankind. It's not only Muslim but also non-Muslim as well, and then have to consume the halal and tayyib. So it means that the Islam advise to consume the halal and food in order to protect your spirit health as well. This is important, and I tell you later. And this is the overview of halal. You are what you eat. Why we have to consume the halal? Because we need Allah picture. We need the acceptance of prayer, and also we can uplift our lifestyle by pure, by healthy, and also spiritual as well. Actually, the halal composed of two parts: the halal permission, and also tayyib, the wholesome and good. And tayyib is cover all, like below color. It's not only for yourself, like a safe and nutritious product, and also the production. Tayyib mean like a process or food safety in hygiene production practice, and also concern the ethical produce, and also consider about the eco or environment friendly as well. If your product and your production in the halal way, and also concern about community, and all from the farm to the hand consumer, halal supply chain, we have to can test to go or test back to check in every step which step is halal or not, something like this. So the main point that when you get halal, you some product or some raw material halal, but the process that you make it, sometimes it not tayyib, so the total of this product or material is not halal. Something what I want to say like this. And if you consider about the ethical, so you can get the halal alliance, some organized and that concern about ethical, like not free animal to taste. So you can get some market from this, because the consumer that concern about ethical, like animal feeding, animal welfare, something like this. But Islam, when they're slaughtering, they slaughtering in the Sharia way, they not torture the animal, something like this. and then they respect to the animal. So some consumer that concern about ethical like this, like a vegan, like a organic, so you can have the halal align together in this market. And why halal? According to the halal economy from the Time journal, they say that in 2009, actually they have the tangible market in 2.3 to 2.8 trillion US dollar per year. And in terms of food, beverage, medical, cosmetic, and so on. But actually they have untapped or intangible halal, like a halal taste, like a brand, like a culture, and in AI era, AI all over have no culture, but for the human we have culture. Culture can create the soft power, and we have very powerful. And also we have to think about like a halal for not only for Muslim but also for non-Muslim, like a culture in USA that in share market is about 86 per one for the halal, and 90% of food are mainly sell for non-Jew. This means that people believe in the quality of kosher brand, something that is so. The halal should be have the high quality brand like this. I will give you some information. Actually, Muslim around the world is about the 24%, but we consume only 17%. And according to the products and the services, they found that 11% that contain pig and spirit liquor, and then we have more 89% that can be halal or halal friendly, but we only consume only 17. So they have the big market for us to make it. So 11% is haram market. We cannot touch it. But we in the birth of iceberg, we consume, we tangible consume only 17. But the huge market, we can extend halal market in this section. We have to increase the not only for Muslim, not only for Muslim but also for the non-Muslim market as well. What we have to change the concept. And also, like I mentioned, ethical consumer, both Muslim and non-Muslim, you're concerned about the animal welfare. So if you want to expand the market for halal, so you have the halal allies or organize something like this, like a weekend, like a organic, like a cruelty free. So you can increase the demand of the halal market. And in the COVID-19, they impact our society. As you see in this graph, OECD country, blue line from 3.3 and decreased to minus 2.5. And this is the COVID-19 that impact our Islamic economy. And so the lifestyle or the market will change, like a food, in cosmetic and pharmaceutical. Like a food, we have to they need the healthy or functional food and protein based or plant based, something like this. And also the cosmetic, like a cleansing product, and pharmaceutical for both vitamin and boosting supplement, something like that. because this COVID-19 will change our life. So and also the digital technology will come COVID-19 like a catalyst to make us to go to digital technology, to use the digital technology. So how we trust when we are distancing, we can see each other and we use the internet like this. So how we trust each other? So we have to use the some system that make sure that everything is we can trust, like a halal security and backup like a halal side and technology like we build in Thailand, something like this. And also we have to transformation from only for halal local to brand, because local just local, but brand they have intangible value such as trust, confidence, familiarity, experience, relationship, and so on. In local in around the world, it's more than 1,000. But which one we can trust? Which one they have the scientific backup, or we can trust in their brand? Because when you go to some abroad, some country, but you don't know the product, but you can see the halal logo or halal brand, so you feel that you can trust this product. It is the meaning that I want to say. So the paradigm shift for the own concept to new concept. Halal side must be not only for local, it should be brand and target to change to not to think again, not Muslim, for everyone. Yeah, you can ask for everyone, and your market size for maximum 24% or 25% that will consume 17. You have to expand market size to 95% maximum. And also the competitor, you not compete each other like in Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia to competitor in halal product, but you have to compare with the product in the same product with and without product, with and without certification. Let's see that when you add the halal certification, they will give you more value. Not compared to the same product and halal in different country. And then the cost for halal accreditation should be low. And we use the precision halalization. Halal, like when agricultural precision farming, something like this, you use the minimal cost and high efficiency. And also use the new application such as the H number, I will tell you later, AI and blockchain, something like this. Maybe I go really fast. Okay, so how halal? So have you heard that there are outbreak for the mad cow disease in Europe, that they transfer the disease from scabby sheep that they eat the scabby from the sheep, and then they feed to the cow, and then they transmit the disease to the human. So, but actually the cow should be grass fed. So when you add something, you add something that not natural or not halal, so for the cow, so they can transmit some disease to the human. This implies that halal not for the raw material, but before the preparation material as well. And also this case is also in 2001 in Indonesia and also Pakistan. Pneumoto, actually they use the bacteria, this from the natural, but they heard there's some enzyme from porcine for pig, so they produce the a lot of the chemical. But actually, when you use the side to detect it, it complicated to detect it because it's from material, and raw material is from different places, like from some country. So difficult to detect. But the consumer concerned about this. So it's really, I mean that in modern food industry is very complicated. So we have to use science to detect it. And also in the future, there are some material from insect, and also even though they need the vegan or plant-based food, but they add some blood, where something that not halal in your food. So how we protect the mushroom thing like this. So we build up the infrastructure for halal sphere like this. So we call the halalization of food product and services. Outer is the mushroom, and then we use the science and technology to detect it, and we have the halal certification and verification from the trusted organization like a CIMIC, that have halal standard, and also the CICOT from the Thailand. This is the infrastructure that we need, and also the organization from the government as well. And Thailand want to be the halal kitchen of the world, and we are export a lot of halal food and agriculture. And nowadays we have the strategy of Halal Thailand Diamond Halal in concept of the precision halalization and halal for all. This is the milestone for Thailand development of the halal integrity. First, in 1949, we initiated the halal certification by Sheikhul Islam, and then we have the act in 1997, and after that we established the Halal Standard Institute of Thailand, and then in 2004 we established the Halal Science Center Chulalongkorn University to use the science technology in the concept of religion certified halal science support, and then we use the theme of the Thailand Diamond Halal, and now we get the Thai cabinet resolution about in 2019 about the endorsement of halal blockchain and halal plus, according to use the digital technology in halal field. And this is the administrative structure of Islamic organization in Thailand. Muslim population in Thailand is about 6%, and they have the right to select the representative Islamic community of the most, and then the ICOP, we call ICOP, and then ICOP have the right to select the Islamic community of province. Then nowadays we have 40 provinces that have the Islamic committee of province, and then they have the right to select the Central Islamic Committee of Thailand, or we call CICOT, and select the leader is the Sheikhul Islam. This is the structure in Thailand, and also this is the four phases for introducing science and technology in halal accreditation. The first, we have no certification paper in first phase, and second phase we have the halal certification paper, because we got the law, and then we use the science and technology in third phase, and then we try to use after 2017 we use the digital technology like a blockchain, like a Halal Pass or e-commerce, or our system like a Sophia. This is the infrastructure SICOT responsible for the Halal activity. We have both SICOT is the center. In the case of the province that have no Islamic community of province, so the SICOT will take care for get the Halal certification. This is the Halal Science Center in the right hand. In the right hand, support scientific support for the Halal inspector when they have the problem cannot make decision about the halal haram of the material or ingredient in industry. So they use the site or sending the sample to overlap. And halal site is recognized as the first halal site still in the world. And we got the 5 campus in Bangkok responsible for the testing, halal testing. And in Chiang Mai, we call the Habitat for the Halal Big Data House and Innovative Village. And we have in Nakhon Nayok near the Bangkok, we have the Halal Innovation Community Learning Center. And also we have in Pattani in the south of Thailand, we take care about the Halal SME Halal startup and also Halal food, Halal hospital in south of Thailand, because there are lots of Muslims in the south of Thailand. And this is the Halal accessibility. Like I mentioned, normally people say that the Halal started from raw material, but actually it's from the raw material preparation. So like a halal feeding, we have to find the halal feeding innovation, like a mad cow disease in Europe. So we have to take care of this, even though the halal is for the human, for us, but not for the animal. But before we get the raw material, we have to prepare in the halal way as well. And also they to make sure that halal from the farm to the hand of consumer, something like this. And we have to use science and technology to check in every step, like I mentioned. And also we design the algorithm for the testability of halal accreditation. It is complicated to see, but when they get want to get the halal certification, the product or the services, if they know simple material, simple product, okay, they can get the halal certificate. But when they want to have the complex system, so we have the second and third and fourth and fifth step to check the halalness. Like we use the halalization of HALQ. We have the HALQ system regulator, and so also we have the Halal Forensic Science Laboratory. And after we get the result and we check a lot of the ingredients, so we have the big data. So we make the book or the data for halal, E number or H number, I will show you. And then after that, we send all information to finalize with the ulama, because the authority of halal activity, halal certification in Thailand, the authority is from the SICOT, not from us. This is the overlap. We get the ISO 17075 and also 9001. And this is the method that we use in our laboratory. And I give you an example, maybe the quick. This is the laboratory for POSI in the food and cosmetic. So we can separate in it depends on the sample, like from the lipid, from the DNA and protein. This is we check the fatty acid profile that we can get the result, and then we can see that is from the porcine fatty acid or not, or from the seafood, from the oil, from the plant oil, something like this. We can check it, and this is the method that we mentioned. And also the gelatin. The first time we will check that this contain the gelatin or not, and then we will check the source of the gelatin, like from the porcine, from the bovine, from the cow, or from the fish, something like this. We can check it, and this is the equipment that we use. And also the forbidden animal, not only for the porcine, from the pig, but also we can detect the haram animal, like a monkey, rat, dog, cat, doggy, snake, crocodile, or frog, something like this, that can is halal, cannot consume. We will develop this technique. This is our scientist, Dr. Anat, and this is the DNA. And also the ethanol, we will check that is from the liquor or not, or is just like a solvent, or just is produced from the fermentation. So we have the criteria. If they're less than 0.5, or this in the case of synthetic ethanol, but if in the case of fermented ethanol, is the limitation is not more than 1%, something like this. And this is our view of our detection. We have detected in 134,000 that analysis, but is 2018. But actually maybe 160,000 now today. And we get this is we use the lab like a consumer protection, because when they get the halal certification, and then we have the sampling in the market as well, that sometimes we get some contaminate in some product. So we have to like a post survey that we have the halal is sustainable in Thailand. And after we get the data, so we correct to develop the book H number. H number is from the E number in Europe. It means that the food additive in food industry, and then but we don't know. We know that it's safe for use under the limit, under the regulation, but we don't know the halal status. So after we check, and we trust that is this E number or this ingredient from this industry, from this entrepreneur, they halal. So we make the separation, make the book like this, and then we get the national award, and then we develop in the online by application H number. We get the award last year. And also the lab is not final state. Actually, we can reduce the haram from industry by using the Halal system, Halal standardization. They are 4 steps, and when we in Indonesia, we can call halal HAS like this, halal assurance system. But in Thailand, in Halal Science Center, we develop the Halal, and we sampling from the this is from the research. When they use the Halal system in industry, we found that they have no contaminant 100%. When compared to, it is the former time ago, and then we after and in the case of the halal certificate product, Without our system, so we found 6%. But in the case of the no halal certificate, like a product, like a seafood product, we found 30%. So this is useful and benefit for using our halal system. And this is the factories and employees that use the halal system is 417 halal food, and the people employee involved about 154,000 employees in our system. And this system also we get in national and international awards as well. And after that, we in halal industry, when we want to clean how long, because in Thailand sometimes they use the halal not halal live product. So after they want to get the halal certification, get the system, so we have to clean. So we develop the clay soap like a samak that can cleansing heavy najis in halal industry. And also we develop the innovation product like from the herbal soda and in sunscreen, the acne, and also lip balm. This is our products. And this is the overview. We use the in concept of Religion Certified Halal Site support. We use also the technology, and then after that we make the Thailand Halal, and we use the technology and blockchain. We try to use the blockchain to develop the blockchain to trace halal traceability in every step in live production. Okay, so this is what we want to present for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ahari, for the insightful presentation about halal industry and halal certification. Now we would like to engage in discussion with our audience. So I encourage all the audience to forward some questions for both presenters, not only to Dr. Ahari, but also to Dr. Nurdeng as well. Thank you. Okay, we've got some question here. Let's see the first question. So the first question coming from Dimas Satria Fernanda. And the question is for Dr. Nurdeng. So the question is, wait a second. Could you please go up a little bit so that I can see the question? All right. So Dimas' question is about increasing of price for existing halal food. Is it only occurred in Brunei Darussalam or another Muslim countries that have the small population also have the same price? I mean, the price is going up just like in Brunei Darussalam. Is it applicable, the finding of your study in Brunei Darussalam, to other countries?
Okay, thank you very much for the questions. And in fact, these questions related to Professor Ghaffar. However, I have a little bit theory of economic, saying that the price also depends on supply and demand. If, for example, it's high demand, the price also should be increased from one time to another. Maybe this is the basic, what we call applications from the theory of supply and demand. So when we come back to Negara Brunei Darussalam, of course, during COVID-19, the demands is a little bit high compared to before COVID-19. Because before COVID-19, the people have a freedom to go outside Brunei Darussalam, especially neighbors cities like Miri. Only 1 or 2 hours you can reach there. The price also, let me say that less than or what we call more cheaper than Negeri Brunei Darussalam. Or maybe you can go to Limbang around 30 minutes or 40 minutes. You can reach to the Limbang, one of the state of Malaysia. However, during lockdown and pandemics, all these borders are closed. So the supplier only allowed from Malaysia as well as from others are allowed to channel the product to the proper way. And for these reasons, since the supply, what we call decrease and the demand increase. So according to the theory of supply and demand, not only applicable to Negeri Brunei Darussalam, I think everywhere, but in Brunei, a special case, because why? What we call, because the population is what we call not so much, and then the local product also not so much compared to Indonesia. During COVID-19 become a normal, and then the people also expect about that.
Thank you for the answer, Dr. Nurdeng. I think this is a very interesting question about the price, knowing that the process of halal certification and accreditation is also quite complicated. I'd like to ask Dr. Ahare, do you think that because the company put the halal logo, that would increase the price of the halal product? What do you think about that?
Yes, like I mentioned, when you get the halal certification, you need more cost for the certification. So, but when you use the IT for in the future, when we have the IT, that will reduce the cost. That is the first answer. And then when you make that, the halal is like a like a consumer perception, in new consumer perception, like what the superior product when compared to the get the halal and not non-halal product. When you compare together, if you get the halal certification but a little bit high price, but you get more value, so the perception of consumer may be an exception. They accept. But how you promote your consumer to get the value of halal? I think like this, and in the system. Also, in like a halal certification free or halal certification organization, they have to have the manage about in internal management to increase the entrepreneur to get the halal certification, because like I mentioned, 89% that can halal friendly to get the halal, but we consume only 17 or maximum 45 24%. So they have the huge market. But halal certification, the one way is from the consumer, and the second is from the halal organization in each country that can induce the entrepreneur or halal for industry to get the halal product from entrepreneur in general.
Thank you, Dr. Ahare, for the answer. Yes, indeed. I think that's really relatable in our life, that perhaps we get a high price, but we also get best value for that product because of that halal certification. All right, now let's move to the next question from Zuhratul Munawaro. In Indonesia, there may still be many industries that do not pay much attention to the importance of halal certification. So, well, can we do about this one? What effort should be made? I think this question goes to Dr. Ahari. Please, thank you.
Me again? Okay. What was your question? Can you ask me again?
Okay, so the question is coming from Zuhrotul Munawaro. So in Indonesia, I don't know, this is based on the research or it's just her assumption. There may still be many industries that do not pay much attention to the importance of halal certification. So what can we do to increase the industry's attention about the importance of halal certification?
Oh, okay. Like this question, like when you are in the halal sphere, halal and environment or halal system, you feel like you safe, right? I mean that you like you a lot of Muslim, so you maybe think that you no need to halal certification, because everyone is Muslim, but in industry, like I mentioned in Egypt, sometimes everything, every ingredient, every raw material is halal, but the way that they process or the cooking, something like this is not halal, it's not hygiene. So they make the products not halal as well. But in Thailand, when you consider in non-Muslim country, we have to aware of what we eat, what we buy. We have to take care of ourselves because we are in a environment that not halal. So the perception of me, of us, is we have to get the need the halal product before we halal is if you trust in product, in services, no need, but in the huge market, huge industry, so you don't know the third party, you don't know, because in Thailand the owner of the halal industry, halal entrepreneur is not Muslim, but they need the halal because they see that it's important, because they say that it's not only for Muslim, but they would like to sell non-Muslim and not focus on the Muslim. We have some case in Thailand when they get the halal logo off, and then the kissing of the possession power in not only in the south, but reduced in the north of Thailand, or in the northeast Thailand. Is no Muslim. Why? Because they see that this logo is really high quality. They think that this is really high quality, but they have no logo, so they have the question. They not trust in the product anymore. So but in the South Thailand, in same product, they think that maybe Muslim, they have the opinion like can consider by themselves like food, drink, something this normally is halal by nature, so there is no need to get the halal certification. But the process of industry, like they adding the gelatin, something that is for the clean some food product, some food drinking, something like this. But in non-Muslim, they say that the halal logo, halal brand is the value for them, something like this. I don't know I can answer your question or not.
Maybe I can add something. I can add something. So maybe the first one in regarding the price of halal product normally more expensive than the non-halal logo product, even though they are also halal. Maybe in this case, we have to be fair also with the consumer who are what we call decide to purchase whether halal product with the more expensive than non-halal logo product and so on. So in this case, I think we have to understand why the price become more expensive than others, because of many factors, not because of halal and non-halal only. Maybe the factors of packaging, the factors of what we call the quantity of the product that being produced by the industry. If, for example, you produce only let me say that 100,000 product, so compared to non-halal logo product that produce, for example, 1 million product, so therefore the price also becomes lower compared to halal product. So in this case, we have to make sure we may increase the quantity of the halal product, of certain halal product, and at the same time also we have to make sure that players have very good networking with all people, including also non-halal, what we call producer. Because while networking is very important, especially with the Chinese one, because Chinese consume a lot. If you do not have very, very good networking with the Chinese, you cannot what we call market your product. So your product also become more expensive. So in other words, to say that one product is more expensive than others, not because of the factor of hygiene, clean, and so on. But we have to understand that the laymen sometimes they do not care about that. So in this case, they care about the price. If the price is low, so they are easily for them to purchase. Right. So this is maybe and then when it comes to the questions, the Indonesian people do not give special attention to the halal product. So in my opinion, we have to conduct what we call the trainings, the awareness among the Indonesian people, not to say that they are already Muslim, they know about halal. No, we have to understand that halal is beyond what they understand, beyond the concept of what we call, beyond the concept, but more than that, right? More than that. So if we can train them, we can educate them, so to make sure that the awareness among them also increase. Inshallah, they will pay special attention to the halal product. And to be fair also, what we call halal industrial player also have to offer a competitive price, right, to the market. So therefore, to make sure that the consumer also may purchase the halal product, and they give also special attention. In terms of price, I think Indonesian also very sensitive about the price, right? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nudeng, for the answer. I think your answer has answered another question from Rani Dwi Yastika Listiani Putri about how to inform society about the urgency of halal industry, and then you have answered that question. All right, so let's have a look to another question. To Dr. Nurdeng from anonymous attendee. Dr. Nurdeng, how is the development of halal sector in Brunei, especially for halal? I think halal food has been explained deeply. What about halal tourism? How's the development of halal tourism in Brunei Darussalam?
Yeah, thank you very much for the questions. In fact, when Negara Brunei Darussalam was known as Negara Zikir, and then also Baldatun Tayyibatun wa Rabbun Wafur, all these terms from the Holy Quran, which reflect that what we call Brunei is Islamic countries, and then the practice. So in this case, what we call there is no questions amongst the tourists in regarding about the halal tourism in Negara Brunei Darussalam, even though without the brand halal tourism, but tourism in Negara Brunei Darussalam based on what we call MIB concept, Melayu Islam Beraja concept, and based on the concept of Baldatun Tayyibatun wa Rabbun Ghafur, and based also what we call Negara Zikir, and all this becomes Islamic political policies which has been practiced and given special attention by the governments. So even though among the Muslim and non-Muslim, if for example the hotel, the hotel must be make sure that in line with the other concept that I mentioned to you. In addition to that, including all sectors, hotel as well as what we call the school and so on. On Friday, not only just the holiday or weekend for them. At the same time, also all food sectors as well as except petrol stations are not allowed to operate from 12 to 2. So indicating Muslim and non-Muslim become familiar about that kind of the practice. So if we talk about the halal tourism, of course, we have to think about what we call we have to design for a swimming pool to make sure to separate between what we call men and women, and food must be halal and so on, must be a logo of Islam, Al-Quran here and there. All this one has been taken into practice in Negara Darussalam, I think before the appearance of the brand what we call halal tourism. So thank you very much.
That's exactly the case for Brunei Darussalam, which is the majority of the population is Muslim. What about in Thailand, knowing that Thailand is not considered Muslim country? What about halal tourism and food in Thailand?
Okay. Actually, after the COVID-19 and yesterday we opened the country, right? But in the former time, the halal tourism, we have some Muslim actually tourism come with the in Thailand we have the halal medical hub, something like this. So when from the east, when the patient from UAE, from the Arabic country want to get the medical treatment, they take some family and friend, something like this, and they stay in Thailand for a long time, for very long time. So this can promote the halal tourism as well. But in the case of general, in Thailand, they have a lot of the interesting place in the north, in the south. Thailand, we have seen mountain. So, but I think that because of the non-Muslim country, the halal food sometimes not some place that not available for the Muslim tourism, something like this. So they have to check first or find the information before they get go some place that they want to stay, something like this. But actually, when they find now we in tourism authority try to get the Muslim tourism to visit Thailand. They have the campaign about this as well. But I think we try to develop this. Yes.
Thank you very much for the answer. Now let's move to another question. The question is coming from Muhammad Hilmi. Yep. So is there any significant differences in the micro or macro economics GDP between before and after halal certification implementation in industry and in the market? Could the halal certification raise the GDP of a country if we implement halal certification? Dr. Ahari, perhaps, would like to give answer?
Okay. I will give example in Thailand. When before they get the halal strategy, they export some food, some services have some value. But when we try to have the halal, like a halal kitchen, or halal strategy from the government, so that then increase the like export to the OAC country. I'm not sure the number, maybe to 28 something. That increased in Thailand when you promote the halal certification. Yes, or halal or accreditation.
Maybe in addition to that, moderator.
Yes, please, Dr. Nurdin.
GDP, I'm sure that if you do not take the opportunity to benefit from the halal industry, it will be taken by someone. For example, meat industry today, the animal life, mostly OIC country imported from non-Muslim countries, especially from Brazil, from India, from Australia. Why? Because we do not concern about halal slaughtering, we do not concern about meat or animal life. So therefore, in this case, the opportunities has been taken by another country, non-Muslim country, especially Brazil, and what we call the India, Australia, and others. So if, for example, the Muslim given special attention about this, not just traditional slaughtering, we have to do in according to the codex, in according to ISO, in according to the halal standard. Inshallah, the GDP of the country will increase from time to time.
All right, thank you. Okay, now we go to another question. This is interesting question. What do you think from Zuhratul Munawaroh? What do you think about halal food and beverage industry? They say they have a halal logo, but then there is a coffee beverage industry which contain rum or rum, I don't know how to pronounce it, but the industry has received halal certification. What do you think? Do you think it is an illegal drink, or what do you think?
Okay, that is a normal for any product, not only just halal product. Sometimes you want to get the original certificate, but some businessmen or industrial player take the opportunity to produce what we call fake certificate because of any reasons, right? I don't think that only apply to halal product as well as non-halal product, including also, for example, now most of the branded, for example, Nike, Adidas, and so on, being what we call tiruan already, right? So that is happening here and there. And sometimes we found that even the product has been what we call the obtained the halal certificate, but still what we call has been complained based on their own laboratory. There is non-halal ingredients there, maybe because of the contaminations. That is why because maybe the origins of the product is halal, but because of contaminations, when you transfer from one place to another place, so meaning that therefore there is the element of non-halal in the product, so become the issue amongst what we call the buyers and the public. For this reason, we need halal laboratory, which has been conducted by Chulalongkorn University, by UPM, by Indonesia, and inshallah in the near future also by UNISA, inshallah. Because to verify, we have to understand that in order to verify the product, not just based on Sharia, not just based on perceptions, we have also to verify based on scientific analysis by using high-end technology.
Right, exactly. Dr. Ahari, do you want to add your insight?
Actually, I agree with Dr. Nurdin about this. Yes, and I don't know the rum or is the mean the alcohol or not, but actually in some material that have the sugar, so that finally they can produce the alcohol. So in some time you can get the alcohol in the product, even though you will get the halal certification. But when in other case, when you use rum is like a liquor, but it can form the synthetic. Synthetic. So sometimes the halal auditor, sometimes halal inspector, I don't know, that allowed to use it, is say is mubah or not, something like this. So I don't know it put before get the halal certification or after get halal certification, the content, alcohol content will increase. I'm not sure for the question. It is possible to waste.
Right. All right. So this is the last question from Maulana Wafi. This is also an interesting one. What do you think is the law on eating crabs, which is the difference between the scholar as stated by the Hanafi and Shafi'i school? The crab law is haram because crabs belong to the category of haba'its. In Indonesia, the majority are from the Shafi'i school and many halal restaurants sell crab food, unfortunately. What do you think?
Okay. Okay. Actually, I'm scientist, not ulama. Maybe this question go to the Dr. Nurdin. But for me, I have to follow the Islamic, like a Sheikhul Islam in your country. Is your Shafi'i or what? So you follow the Islamic scholar in your country is better. But for the question, I think Dr. Nurdin will can answer better than me. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for the questions. I think so this debate and question has been raised maybe 1,000 years ago, and so for me it's already settled. Because why? What we call, in order to determine the status of the product, we have to understand based on the methodology which has been argued, has been given by ulama in the past. Since we have 4 mazhab, big mazhab, for example, Hanafi, Maliki, Shafi'i, and so on, and they also, all of these school of thoughts maybe follow strictly the Quran and the Sunnah, but the way that they interpret may be different between one to another. So in the case of crab, right? Because according to Sharia, everything in the sea are consumable, mean halal to be consumed in according to the hadith. The Prophet Muhammad said that all what we call in the sea is considered as fish, as samak. So all fish are halal to be consumed. The question is, what is the definition of fish? How to define fish? Can we consider crab as a fish? Or can we consider what we call fish, the one that contain the bones? That is why different interpretation and understanding in terms of the definition of the fish. According to Mazhab al-Shafi'i, everything in the sea is considered as fish. Right? Saya tu ada dalam laut, saya makan juga ayah saya. Maksudnya everything, their definition of fish tu everything yang ada dalam sea. But when we come to Hanafi, try to define fish, dia kata benda yang bertulang. The thing that contain tulang, bones, are considered as fish. Otherwise not fish. So therefore the status of that animal also must be what we call questions. So in regard to crab, in regard to sotong, in regard to what we call prawn, according to orang Turki, according to Hanafi, dia tak makan sebab dia tak consider as fish. So kalau fishnya pastilah ada tulang, yang tu tidak ada tulang. So meaning that, yes, they understand that fish itu boleh makan. But the question is, what is the definition of fish? Itu saja. Maybe one of the argument among them. Of course, kalau kita tengok the difference between mazhab, there is normal happen here and there. When you come to Western philosophy, I think we have 100 philosophy also according to Western. But Alhamdulillah, Islam, even though they are different between one to another, they have one source. They have one punya source to refer. That is Al-Quran and Sunnah and Al-Ijma'. And they circle here and there. You not go outside punya the space. So even though you have the mind, but actually you may use the mind in order to interpret something. Because rationally, if you want to interpret the fish, normally benda yang ada bertulang. Sebab kalau kita cakap fish, pasti ada tulang. Saya tak makan ikan lah, sebab apa? Sebab bertulang. Ya associate dengan tulang itu. The question is, if you do not consider the worker as a fish and then you do not want to consume, so that is also in line with the Sharia principle because their methodology like that, right? So to break down what we call the methodology, not so easy. Even though, for example, one product, kalau you use the methodology FTIR, you cakap kata yang ni ada contamination. Kalau guna metod lain, tidak ada. Sama juga dengan COVID-19. Kalau you guna for example satu punya tool atau metodologi, maybe dapat detect kata ada COVID-19. Tapi once you use another tool, another technology, you cannot detect. So therefore, you have two different what we call point of view. And finally, according to that methodology, is true. According to another methodology, that is also true. So same thing also about this kind of thing. So we understand that our Muslim scholar, especially Hanafi, the founder among the eldest in the school of thought, Maliki, Hanafi ni reside in Iraq or in Baghdad, dia more rational. Maliki dia reside in Madinah, more what we call traditional, because Madinah, Makkah have to understand the literal interpretations of the verse. When we come to Shafi'i, they learn from Hanafi, they learn from what we call Maliki, and try to harmony the idea and come to the conclusion, fish, crab, prawn, everything can be consumed. So therefore, saya pun makan. Sekarang pun saya sudah makan lagi. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Ahari and Dr. Nurdeng, for very fruitful discussion today. But unfortunately, our time has run out. I'm sure we could continue this dialogue in the future event because it is such a contemporary issue and, you know, an area of interest to many, many people. Thank you for providing the presentation and answering all the questions. And I'm sure the participant would find it most useful. Again, thank you very much. So I would just like to I'm sorry for the technical issue, so I would just repeat my final statement. Thank you very much for all the speakers, Dr. Ahare, Dr. Nurdeng, Ibu Tika, and Professor Abdul Ghaffar for sharing your expertise with us today. And my thank you also goes to all the participants for the questions and your attention during the conference. Finally, I would like to also thank you, the organizer, for making this event possible. So I will now hand back to the Master of Ceremony. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
thank you so much for all the speakers and moderator, as well as all of the committee of the conference. A bunch of thank you for the insightful material and discussion with all the speakers today. Hope today's meeting could add knowledge and also could achieve the issue related to business, as well as halal industry and Islamic economics from various perspective. And there is a bit of information should be delivered to you, dearest participant. We already put the link of the attendance forms, so you can just click the link in chat room, and we will also inform you that the attendance form will be closed in 1 hour, so we will close in 1 p.m. in this afternoon, so you can access now. And respectable ladies and gentlemen, let's close today's agenda with prayer for Muslim. Let me lead by saying Hamdalah, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. I am Ahmad Hawa Ikswanan, signing off. Stay healthy, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Japri aja.
فجرا جئت بعد العسر يسرا ربنا أعلاك قدرا يا إمام الأنبياء أنت في الوجدان حي أنت للعينين ضي أنت عند